Chris Getz, Matt Trainer, and Aaron Crow. 3 Royals with no guarantees about playing time when the season began. They led the Royals to a come-from-behind win yesterday. Today, the Royals go for the series with the Angels next on Fox Sports Kansas City. When Joakim Soria pitches the ninth, it's almost always good news for the Royals, and it has been in this series as Soria has a win and a save. Today, the Royals can take 3 out of 4 from the Angels with a win. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Kauffman Stadium with Royals Hall of Famer Frank White. I'm Ryan Lefevre, and going into spring training, Frank, the Royals knew that Joakim Soria would close, Robinson Tejeda most likely would set up. But beyond that, the bullpen was wide open.
And Ryan, the one thing that they did going into spring training was they created competition. They did say that there were a lot of jobs open. We're going to look for the guys who show the mental toughness, the poise, the guys that want to grab the bull by the horn and run with it, and the guys that they brought back here to be in this bullpen. These guys have really performed well, and Aaron Crow being top of the list at this time.
Royals have had 3 relievers out of the bullpen so far that have made their major league debuts. No one more impressive than Aaron Crow. He's had no trouble at all with the Angels so far. He got his first major league victory yesterday. He has not allowed an earned run. And look at that, 5 strikeouts so far in 3 innings. So one guy whose career is just getting started, another guy who's been around for a while, and the move to get Matt Trainer has been a good one so far.
It's been a great move, Ryan. I really like Matt Trainer a lot. The one thing he brings to this ball club is ability to call games, work with these pitchers, and then just bringing a great mental toughness to that position back there. Ability to block the plate, and then just really just sacrifice his body, just keep a run from scoring.
A big surprise last year was Bruce Chen when he made the move to the starting rotation. The Royals are thrilled to have him back this season, and he'll make his season debut against the Angels today. We'll talk about Bruce and his history against the Angels when we come back. Royals Baseball is brought to you today by the Missouri Lottery. When you play, students win. And speaking of wins, that's what Bruce Chen did against the Angels last July in Anaheim, one of his best starts of the year. He retired the first 18 and only gave up 1 run in 7 innings.
And what makes Bruce Chen very good, Ryan, is his ability to change speeds. And he changes from all different arm angles and keep the hitters off balance. Outstanding job.
And keeping hitters off balance, that's exactly what the Angels starters have done against the Royals so far in the series. And this might be the best 1-2-3 punch among the American League starting pitchers this year. Who knows? But the Royals have 2 wins out of 3 so far in the series. Today, they'll be facing Scott Kazmir, who had a bad year last year.
Well, he did, Ryan, and I think the one area you look for is that 5.94 earned run average. I think that's where the Royals are going to really look at today and try to take advantage of that.
And one hitter that looks to take advantage of Scott Kazmir is Melky Cabrera. He hits .400 in his career against Kazmir. The Royals will need him because the rest of the lineup is just 3 out of 35 against Kazmir. It's the Royals and the Angels, and the first pitch is next. Definition brought to you by Time Warner Cable, where HD is free with digital cable. And let's bring in Joel Goldberg. He's out in left field.
Well, Ryan, for the second time in 3 days, we see a softer tossing lefty in the rotation for the Royals, which means we can kind of pick each of their brains about what they're doing. And talking to Jeff Francis today, he said that both he and Bruce Chen are similar. They have to throw strikes. They can't fall behind in the count, and they cannot be afraid to pitch to contact. Both have overcome injury as well, and Jeff's saying that physically, he still believes, and Bruce needs to believe, that they can throw 90 miles an hour. Now, mentally they may not believe that, but they've got to at least think it in their heads that they can do that, and then mix it up and see what they can do, guys.
All right, thanks, Joel. And this umpiring crew has just won big points with us, and especially the guys in the production truck, as they waited until 1:10 for the 1:10 first pitch. Imagine that. So we'll be easy on home plate umpire Doug Eddings today. 1 ball, 1 strike on Mycir Izturis, who is at shortstop. He was originally going to play third base. Grounded to Mike Aviles. And his Turris is out number 1. Eric Ibar was scratched, so the Angels had to make some changes to their starting lineup. So his Turris is at short. Kendrick, Abreu, Hunter, Wells, and then Alberto Callaspo, who was not in the original starting lineup. He goes to third base. And then Trumbo, Mathis, and Borges. We are told that Eric Ibar was scratched because of soreness on his left side. Going to give you a little different look from behind home plate as the pitches come in, and that has to do with the wind today, which is blowing water all over the fans out in left center field and all over our camera. So rather than being right behind home plate, the camera is somewhat protected over there by the wind and the spray from the fountains. Great start for Bruce Chen. A ground out, now a 3-pitch strikeout against Howie Kendrick. "82 degrees with a southwest wind at 23 miles per hour. It is gusting up to 44 miles per hour. So the wind is blasting out towards left, and Bruce Chen will try to make sure the ball doesn't do the same thing. Time and temp brought to you by the parking spot. Easy to spot, easy to park. The parking spot at KCI. And this is the only left-hand batter that Bruce will face in the starting lineup. Everyone either bats right-handed or is a switch hitter, and it's ball 1 to Bobby Abreu.
Yeah, Brian, it was pretty interesting what Joel said about Jeff Francis and Bruce Chen about how they got to feel like they can throw 95 miles an hour. So when you do use your fastball, you definitely get maximum effort out of it. Not just a matter of locating it, and then that'll let you change up and your other pitches follow behind.
Because that's still the most important pitch for any hitter, whether he throws 95 miles an hour or 85 miles an hour.
I agree. It's all a mindset when you get on that mound.
Bruce 12-7 last year, 23 starts. He also made 10 appearances out of the bullpen. 2 balls and 2 strikes against Abreu. Bruce started last year in AAA and was called up at the end of April and pitched out of the bullpen for about a month, and then Gil Mesh went on the disabled list on May the 30th, and that's when Bruce went into the starting rotation, and that's where he finished the season. And he finished strong, winning 7 of his last 9. That shot past Bruce and Escobar and out into center field. Here are the Royals defensively today, and in the outfield it's Alex Gordon, Melky Cabrera, and Jeff Francoeur. They'll be battling the wind all day. On the infield, Wilson Betemit, Alcides Escobar, Mike Aviles at second base today, Billy Butler at first, so a new right side of the infield, and Brian Pena behind the plate for Bruce Chen. So Chris Getz is not in the starting lineup, and Billy Butler and Keila Kaihue have flip-flopped. Keila is the DH today.
What's really interesting about Bruce Chen pitching to Bobby Abreu, you saw Jeff Francis giving him a whole host of curveballs and mixing it up on him, and Bruce goes after him with the fastball. So they're definitely different, but sometimes you got to stay with what works. And Bruce got a pretty good sweeping curveball that he could also test Abreu with.
Gets a one-hopper from Torrey Hunter, and that's that for the Angels in the first inning. quickly, and now the Royals are coming up against Scott Kazmir with Mike Aviles, Melky Cabrera, and Alex Gordon. Billy Butler at first, Keila Kaihue is the DH, and Jeff Francoeur, Wilson Betemit at third, Alcides Escobar, and Brian Pena behind the plate. Scott Kazmir did this last year. He went 9-15 and a 5.94 ERA, which was the highest ERA of any pitcher in the major leagues last year, with at least 28 starts.
And that's from a guy that was really projected to be a quality starter in the lineup. He was really projected to be a number 3 starter. But in talking to Mark Dubazar with the television network for the Angels, he was telling me that they're trying to get him. He can throw 94, but they're trying to get him to back off a little bit, pitch to contacts. When he starts to get hit, they say he just kind of starts running a little bit. And his slider, which used to be his signature pitch, is really not the same slider. So they want to get it, turn his change up over, out on the plate. Don't try to make it run, but just out over the plate. But the main thing is Scott Kazmir is pitch to contact.
Well, this is not the type of pitching to contact he was thinking about. And Mike Aviles had to have the home plate umpire Doug Eddings tell him that he was hit. Aviles stood at home plate, was ready for the next pitch, and Doug Eddings sent him down to first. And now Kazmir to Melky Cabrera. Melky trying to bust out of an 0 for 8. He had 3 hits on opening day and then hitless in the last 2 games. In his career against Scott Kazmir, he is a .400 hitter. The rest of the lineup today is a combined 3 out of 35. That's drilled into the left field corner, but Melky was just out in front, and he pulls it foul. So 8 hits and 20 at-bats. Kazmir is not supposed to be starting today if you go back to the Angels' plans going into spring training. This was going to be Joel Piñeiro's spot, but he had to begin the season on the disabled list with a right shoulder problem. He has a muscle in the back of his shoulder that is bothering him, so Kazmir moves up to the number 4 slot. Aviles got a great break, and he beats the throw from Mathis. Mathis really had no shot.
Sometimes it's not really a matter of reading a left-handed, but just going first move. And Kazmir's so slow to the plate. Mike had 3 or 4 steps already before we delivered the ball to the plate. He probably could have just went in there standing up on that one.
And Melky Cabrera batting from the right side. He saw all of that in front of him and very unselfishly took a strike. Still 2-2. From the very beginning in spring training, the Royals were putting a strong emphasis on improving the base running, which is the responsibility of new first base coach, outfield coach, and base running coach Doug Sisson, who's been in the Royals organization for a long time.
Well, he had to feel good about yesterday when all those guys came up to play. Those are all his guys. You know, he was a minor league coordinator, and he was in charge of all the guys' individual daily plan. And so in spring training, the one thing about him is he's like a drill sergeant. You know, he just gets out there and says, okay, here we go. And he makes them do it right. If they don't do it right, he makes them go back and do it over. And I think that's the only way you can get better.
And when all these prospects get to the big leagues and they play the way we hope they're going to play, not just productive but fundamentally sound, that's a man who's going to deserve a lot of the credit.
I agree with that. You know, he really makes a big difference in the minor league guys.
Not what Melky Cabrera was hoping for, but because Mike Aviles got such a good read, it ends up being a productive out. And Aviles goes to third with 1 away. Eddie Rodriguez back as the Royals' third base coach. He moved from first to third in the middle of last year. Eddie also the Royals' infield coach.
Well, they also spend time on that particular play just like that. Different ways you can get from second to third without the benefit of a base hit. And they went out there and they simulated the type of balls that you can really take advantage of. And And Mike had a real good read on that ball once it came off the bat.
That's a good read by Aviles. That message board behind home plate has a lot of bounce to it, and if the ball hits the signage portion of it, in this case the yellow DeWalt portion, or maybe even the green portion right behind home plate, it will bounce right back to the catcher. If it hits the padding above or below, the ball will die and stay on the warning track. One of the subtle things of home field advantage, the runner at third knowing that the ball might bounce back the way it does, where an opposing runner might see the ball skip past the catcher and just dash to home.
It'd be easy score right there. Doug Eddings probably was thankful that Mathis deflected that ball away, because he could have taken that one full shot right in the chest.
Base hit Alex Gordon, and the Royals have a 1-0 lead. And that's Alex's first career hit against Scott Kazmir.
They stayed on this breaking ball here. He had to reach a little bit, but he was strong enough to pull it back in the hole between first and second. But that's the kind of strength that Alex Gordon has right here. And then maybe this is the base hit that's going to get him going.
I've heard often, Frank, that Charlie Lau, your former hitting coach, would refer to hitters from time to time as suffering from the try too hards. And that was a nice, easy swing by Alex. And now he's going to get second base as a balk has been called on Kazmir. This balk called by Dana DeMuth. In the game on Friday night, a balk was called on Jeff Francis.
Well, the reason they call this balk here is because we talked about that right leg crossing the left leg, and that right leg crossed the left leg, and he still went to first base.
So that is not a Michael Jackson move that the umpires are doing. That is just to indicate that the knees crossed. Billy 3 out of 10 in the first two games. One ball, one strike.
Well, Scott Kazmir, Ryan, really didn't pitch well in spring training, but they were really encouraged by his last start, the last 4 innings of the camp, and they thought that he was making some strides. But really the main thing with him is that this is the last year of his contract. So, it being a left-hander, if he can make some changes, buy into the program, and have some success, it might help him in the long run.
One ball, two strikes. The Angels can use a good season from Kazmir, and really would be a nice compliment to the right-hand pitching combination of Weaver, Herron, and Santana. They've also inherited a big contract when they traded for him from Tampa Bay. They still owe him $28 million over the next 2 years. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And you were talking earlier, Frank, about his ability, or hoping to develop an ability to pitch more to contact. And one thing that has always followed him is the number of pitches per inning. Normally among the league leaders in most pitches per inning, and as a result, doesn't normally pitch deep into games. Billy lines it to right field, but it stays up for Torrey Hunter. And he gets it back to the infield quickly. So a hard luck out for Billy. And Gordon's at second base with 2 outs. Here are the Angels defensively today with Vernon Wells, Peter Borges, and Torrey Hunter in the outfield. Alberto Callaspo at third. That was a late change for the Angels with his Turris, Kendrick, and the rookie Trumbo at first. And Jeff Mathis is behind the plate. Now Kila Kaihue, who won the game on Friday with a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 9th inning. He is in there as the designated hitter for the first time this year. One and 0. That's about where the home run landed on Friday night off of Michael Kahn, leading off the bottom of the 9th inning and giving the Royals a 2-1 win after the Angels won opening day. And then the Royals won another one-run game yesterday, and that was come from behind, getting 2 runs in the bottom of the 8th and winning 5-4. Two and 0. Kazmir is not big. He is listed at 6 foot, so 6 foot maybe, 175 pounds. He was taken in the first round by the Mets in 2002, but they traded him away to Tampa Bay because they felt like his small frame wouldn't be able to withstand 30 starts a year. And the Tampa Bay Rays got Scott Kazmir for Victor Zambrano. That was a big move for the Rays. 2 years after he was drafted, he was in the big leagues at the age of 20. And in 2007, Scott Kazmir led the American League in strikeouts. Now he walks Kila on 4 pitches. That's the 3rd time this year that Kila has reached with a walk. Royals didn't have much trouble getting hits last season. They were 2nd in the American League in hitting, but trying to add some more walks and improve the on-base percentage. So Butler, Kila, and Trainer already with more than 1 walk, and this is game number 4 in the season. So 2 on for Jeff Francoeur. That's a little bit outside.
Well, that's one of the things that Kevin Seitz has been trying to do this spring, Ryan, is try to get guys to stay in the center field, but don't manipulate the bat. Be aggressive, try to drive the ball, and just maybe hit a few more doubles and you score a few more runs. And I think the 3 hits for every run you get, that scenario don't work. But with the improved base running, it could be better.
Man, Francoeur got a heck of a rip on that one. He had his sight set on I-70. That's about as close to the bullseye of the strike zone as you can get.
But you don't want to miss.
Francoeur off to a 3 for 11 start. His first hit as a Royal was a home run on opening day. He has driven in 2 runs. 2 balls, 1 strike. Francoeur's career high in home runs was 29. He did that back in 2006. The following year he had 19. 2-2. I had a long talk with him in the dugout before the game today, and he expressed his desire to stay here in Kansas City for the long term. I think the general perception is that he's just keeping the position warm for a young guy that's on the way up. And the way he said it, you get the feeling it wasn't lip service. You know, because everybody says, oh, I like it here, I'd love to stay here. I mean, why burn the bridge? But with Francoeur, really got the feeling that this is a good spot for him when you consider all the pressure that he had to play with when he was with the Braves, having grown up in Atlanta. You know what that's all about, Frank.
Oh, yeah.
Off the knuckles, and it will drop. Francoeur will drive in another run. Alex comes around to score, and Kila goes to third. The Royals have a 2-0 lead.
obviously not a bad pitch by Scott Kazmir. The ball comes in on him. He pulls his hands in and cuts his ball right out in the right field. That's what might have hit the inner half of the ball and just sliced away from Howard Kendrick out in the right field for a base hit. You see Alex coming in to score right there. Well, you know, getting back to Jeff, the one thing about that, Ryan, is that it's the relationship between him and Dayton Moore. You know, Dayton's always liked him as a player, and he's an upbeat guy, a good guy in the clubhouse. And these young guys, as good as they're going to be, there still have to be somebody here that can help these guys learn how to come into a major league clubhouse, learn how to be major league players. And when you can find free agents who come in here that want to stay here, which it hasn't been that way in the past, I think that's a good feeling that he's putting out there. That, okay, I want to be here. I've seen these guys. I know where I can help, and just hope that the Royals give him an opportunity to do that. But that's going to depend on how well he does out here.
And not to play general manager, Frank, but when you look at what the Royals have coming, they've got a lot of guys who can play left field and center field. They can also play right, but you're talking about speed type guys and a lot of left-handed bats. And here's a right-handed bat and a bona fide major league right fielder. 2 balls, 1 strike. Wilson Betemit with his second consecutive start at third base. 1 for 6 to begin the season with a run scored. And like a few other Royals in the lineup today, he's had a bad time in the past against Scott Kazmir. Francoeur got a good break. Mathis looked to third, and again, he has no chance. So the Royals have picked something up on Kazmir. They might be going on first movement, as you said, Frank, but that's 2 huge jumps in the inning. First from Aviles, now from Francoeur.
Well, he's got such a high leg kick, so if you do go first move, you're going to get a pretty good jump by the time he releases the ball to the plate. And this is just being absolutely aggressive, and he hasn't shown that he can throw over there a lot. So they just pick a pitch, and then they take off. He needs to lower the leg. He picks it up so high, just gives him too big a jump. And if he can just lower that a little bit, slide step every now and then, it would change that around.
3 balls and 2 strikes on Betemit. That was pitch number 30 in this inning for Scott Kazmir. So we get back to all the pitches per inning, and that is the reputation that he carries. Just below the knees, and they're loaded up for Escobar.
The one thing we do know, Ryan, is you can't run from a hitter. You got to make him put the ball in play and give your defense a chance. And you can see this pitch here is just going straight down to the lower half of the hitting zone, and just can't survive right there.
That's an excellent job of framing, as they call it, by the catcher Jeff Mathis. And they use the word framing as in taking a ball that is outside of the frame and pulling it inside the frame being the strike zone. And you look at that pitch in slow motion. I mean, it's not close, it's way down, but Mathis made it look somewhat appealing, but the home plate umpire Doug Eddings didn't go for it. One of the many tricks that Mathis learned, I'm sure, as a kid, but maybe refined by Mike Scioscia, who was very demanding with his catchers. So 2 home and the opportunity for a big inning. Alcides Escobar with 3 hits and an RBI in the first 3 games. This is the first pitch he's ever seen from Scott Kazmir. Gordon and Francoeur have driven in the runs. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, now we're looking at a 33 pitch inning, and unless Kazmir really pulls it together in the next few innings, the bullpen might want to start walking around in the Angels side, because they're going to be a factor today, and it looks like they're going to be a factor early. Got the call on the corner, so Escobar is down 1-2.
And that's a bullpen that really needs a break. You know, they've been in every game, so it'd be nice to get a well-pitched game so you don't have to utilize that whole pen. But he's a guy that's mainly just, he's kind of running from the Royals hitters, and I think hitters can sense that, and they can just jump all over it and just wait for you to make a mistake and be right there for you. But if you don't want to throw strikes, you want to throw the ball over the plate, then that's the hitter's advantage because they continually stay in a hitting count.
He has given the Royals 3 base runners. He hit Aviles. That turned into a run. And he's walked Keela and Bedamit. Trumbo smothers it against his belt, and the Royals leave the bases loaded, but they score 2, and they make Kazmir throw 36. Good start with a 2-0 lead. We remind you to look for the Miller Lite Taste Greatness moment later in today's game. Bruce Chen gave up a hit in the first inning, but other than that, a quick first. And then it was a long bottom of the first for Scott Kazmir. Vernon Wells, Alberto Callaspo, and Mark Trumbo here in the second inning. Wells 2 out of 13. He has driven in a run. He has scored 2. He's made an excellent play in left field, making the shift from center to left after being traded to the Angels. Into that Bermuda Triangle left field corner, and it is foul. That was just about home run distance. 1 ball, 1 strike. And that fan, he doesn't even want an Angels foul ball. Usually it's a home run ball that they throw onto the field. It looks cool when you're on TV and when the fans are around you, but it's not as cool when the usher comes down and reassigns your seating.
They can work on that form a little bit too.
You might be watching the rest of the game from the parking lot.
I think fans really have to be careful. You know, they don't quite know how to throw, and they don't know where they're going to throw. So the players have to be aware that there's somebody that might throw the ball back on the field. In Chicago, the Cubs, they know they're coming back.
And a leadoff walk, and that's the last thing that Bruce Chen wanted to do to begin the top of the second inning. Well, we've been introducing a new feature to you during this series, fans' video questions to the booth. Here's today's question.
My name is Randy, and I am from Kansas City, Missouri, and I had a question for the announcers. I was just wondering, I know Aaron Crow's doing very well this year, and he had struggled last year. I was wondering what his story was.
Frank, what's his story?
Well, I think the biggest story was he started in AA last year, Randy, and he really had trouble mastering the strike zone, so they sent him back to High A Wilmington, and he sort of got it together there. But the biggest thing I think with Aaron was probably confidence, and then coming into spring training, everything came together for him.
Is everyone related that have been asking these questions, and are they part of the Bannister family?
I don't know. But they're just genuinely interested.
Remember in Arizona a few years ago, and Joel went down and talked to Floyd Bannister because Brian was pitching, and Floyd said how much he enjoyed watching the Royals on TV and listening to Split and the announcers. I mean, they know who you are, don't they?
Not everybody. I don't want to assume that. We're the announcers.
The wind will move this around. Nothing is going to be routine today, and Mike Aviles comes over to call Butler off the ball. One down. And while we're hearing from the fans, remember to email the booth in the carsoup.com. Email the booth question segment that will be going on today. Not every day, but today is a day to email the booth. So go ahead and send a question to the announcers.
You know, Aaron Crow's story is pretty unique. I mean, here's a guy who got drafted, didn't sign, played independent ball, got signed. He might make the club out of spring training in 2010. Didn't do that. Went to Double-A, got sent back to A-ball, made his way back, and had a great spring. And he's off to a great start for the 2011 season. But you know, every now and then you're going to have a hiccup, and when he has it, is how well is he going to bounce back from that?
And he's not at all what you might expect from a guy who's drafted in the first round and didn't sign, presumably for more money. Although, as fate would have it, it turned out much better than he could ever have imagined playing for his hometown team. But you're right. I mean, his attitude carries him well. He's very humble, very appreciative of this opportunity. He certainly doesn't strut around like he's a two-time first-round draft pick. Still no balls and 2 strikes on Mark Trumbo. A leadoff walk to Vernon Wells, and then Bruce got Alberto Callaspo to pop out to second base. We told you at the top of the broadcast that one of Bruce's best starts last year was against the Angels in Anaheim on July the 3rd. He retired the first 18, and when it was all said and done, he gave up 1 earned run, only 2 hits in 7 1/3 innings. His best start was his last start, and he pitched his first shutout of his major league career, beating the Tampa Bay Rays here at Kauffman Stadium, and only gave up 2 hits over those 9 innings. And Bruce finished with a flourish last year. He won 7 of his last 9. That past Betemit and down into the corner. Vernon Wells will go to third and stop there, and right behind him is Trumbo with a double. So the Angels have 2 in scoring position with 1 out.
Trumbo did a good job going down and getting his pitches down and in, and he just got the bat hit down through and kept that ball fair, which is pretty unique in itself. But Wilson Betemit had no chance to move on this ball. It was down that left field corner in a hurry. He's a strong kid. I mean, I was watching him take BP, and he had a ball over to number 20 on the Hall of Fame building. I mean, that's some strength.
Really?
Yes. He had a couple up on the concourse over the Miller Lite sign.
He hit it on the roof of the Royals Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Remember, was it last year or 2 years ago when you and I were out? It was 2 years ago. We were out in the Bud Light party deck, and Albert Pujols, remember, hit one off the glass of the Hall of Fame, and everyone, ooh, ah. Now, of course, that was in the game, but on the roof of the Hall of Fame.
Some kind of strong. I watched him
right over that number 20, did you say?
Right over the number 20. Yeah. I watched him in spring training also, and he was hitting the ball well past our scoreboard there in Surprise. He's a very strong kid.
Right over that announcer's number? Billy Butler to the Royals dugout, and that's a huge out for Bruce Chen. It's early in the season, but the situational hitting on both sides of the series has left a lot to be desired.
Well, this is the only way to go after a ball on a windy day right here. You got to use two hands. You got to make sure you get it centered and keep it there. But Billy's going to have to work a lot harder this year, not playing first every day. It's DHing. You know, his early work is going to have to be pretty intense to keep him mentally ready for when he does get that start on the field.
So 2 outs for Borges. 3 out of 7 with a run scored. And the key word that you used with Billy using 2 hands was getting the ball centered. And, you know, the kids often ask when they're told to catch with 2 hands, I mean, what's the throwing hand going to do? I mean, it's not going to help you catch the ball, but it's just both hands above your head helps you center the baseball.
You just center the ball right in the webbing of the glove.
And that was the problem that Alex Gordon had at times at third base, catching pop-ups. Unievsky Betancourt, you know, catching it off to the side, and the farther you get away from the eyes, you know, the more room for error. You want that ball right up in front of your eyes.
Right, they were catching on the side, but their eyes weren't tracking the ball into their glove. And once the ball fell below the shoulder, then their eyes were somewhere else, and they just assumed that it was going to go in the right spot in the glove. I mean, Alex had that one time where he even hit him in the cheek, and we thought he'd never catch a ball below the shoulder again.
Now 3 balls and 1 strike on Borges. A walk and a double. And Bruce just got a big out from Mathis on a pop foul. And now makes a 3-1 pitch. And Borges made contact. So it's a foul ball. Wells thought perhaps it was a pass ball. He was on his way to the plate.
Well, the one thing about being on third and you're a guy like Vernon Wells, you're expecting Borges to hit right here. And when he goes to drag bunt to third base, you got to know he's going to do it so you can get a good jump. If you don't know what's going to happen, you might end up still at third base.
While we have a moment, let's take a look at our first carsoup.com question to the booth. It is from Sean Berrigan from Overland Park. Frank, do you think Bruce Chen has a shot at 20 wins this year?
Let me answer first.
Yeah.
I think this at this point in the season, everybody has a shot at 20 wins.
Very diplomatic, Frank. And since we have time for another pitch, that ball went into the Angels radio booth, and Mark Gubazar, Royals Hall of Famer, made the catch alongside Victor Rojas. So a double Kansas City connection over in the Angels television booth. Victor, the son of Cookie Rojas, has spent a big chunk of his childhood here in Kansas City. Bruce Chen strikes out Borges, and the Angels leave 2 in scoring position. Middle is the lovely wife of producer Kevin Shank, Danielle Shank, and their daughter Kennedy, who is glued to every pitch. And to the right of the screen is Kevin Shank's mother Lee, who is a huge Royals fan, follows every game, along with Danielle's friend Andy Robinson, enjoying a warm day at the ballpark, up into the 80s. Reality sets in tomorrow as we will go down into the perhaps upper 40s for a high. 2 balls and 1 strike on Brian Pena. Royals getting 2 in the first inning on RBIs from Alex Gordon and Jeff Francoeur. Today's You Call It, presented by Sprint. Who has contributed the most in this series as a Royal? Aaron Crow, Chris Getz, Joakim Soria, Matt Trainer. Text 432-432. The keyword is Royals, then a space followed by A, B, C, or D.
Now that's a tough one. That's a tough list right there.
And when you text in, you'll get a bounce back text message, which will give you directions on how you can win a suite here at Kauffman Stadium for you and 11 guests. Borges backs up and retires Brian Pena. And now back to the top of the order. So A for Aaron Crow. B for Chris Getz. 3 hits yesterday, put the Royals in front. Made a great relay throw to the plate. Joakim Soria, a win and a save already. And Matt Trainer, who's been a stone wall at home plate on a couple of close plays. And he had the game tying RBI yesterday. There's the former MU Tiger, 13-0 in his last season at Missouri.
Now, Ryan, all those guys played big parts in these first 3 games here for the Royals, but I'm going to go with Matt Trainer. I think that his 2 stops were game-winning stops. You know, he just sacrificed his body, blocked the runners off the base, and gave all these other guys an opportunity to do their thing on the field.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Aviles. Hit by a pitch, stole a base, and scored a run in the first inning.
Then when's the last time we had a catcher to block the plate like that, where he's ready to absorb the energy of the runner coming down, hold on to the ball, and then just with Caspo yesterday, he just didn't get to the plate.
Well, I don't know if the opportunities presented themselves, but I don't see Jason Kendall shying away from contact at home plate.
Right.
Left center field. So Borges again and fighting the sun. Sunglasses down. And there are 2 down. He's also fighting the wind today. And with more on that, here's Joel.
Guys, welcome. We can call it Oceans of Fun or Niagara Falls. You talked about those wind gusts. The water is absolutely kicking up off and on behind Crown Vision. And if you want to walk behind here, beware. Here it comes again, because people absolutely getting drenched. And Ryan, before you ask me to, yes, I know I can walk right out here and do a nice report for you. Look, the water line ends right here. I'm not that far from the carousel. I'm not going any further. Guys, back upstairs to you where it's nice and dry.
Yeah, I don't blame him. That's a $500 tie he's wearing.
The Hurricane is the Hurricane Joel.
Yeah. You were talking about the storm chasers yesterday. I always get a kick out of watching the guys, the weather guys on the coast when there's a hurricane, and the first thing they say is, "Well, the wind is very strong." And, yeah, it's a hurricane. I mean,
it should be.
I mean, hello.
You can see that.
Yeah, I mean, I like Joel's style. I mean, we get the point. It's wet, but do you need to go in there and get wet just to prove that it's wet? I don't think so.
I think he was thinking of you.
Well, on days like this, when it's hot, the fans don't mind getting wet from time to time to cool them down. But when it's windy and in the 40s, it's a completely different story. The wind might help this one, and it does. Melky Cabrera gives the Royals a 3-0 lead.
This ball just right in this wheelhouse right here. He gets great extension on this pitch run right down the middle. I mean, he can't have a prettier swing. The bat comes right down off the shoulder. Good release after it got through the pitch. It's just a matter of just watching it travel. I mean, I think he knew right away when he hit that one that it was going to be gone. I mean, just great extension, got through the ball.
And now Alex drives into the deep right center field, and that will stay in the ballpark barely. So Alex has 2 hits, and he's at second base with 2 outs. Alex did with that swing that took away a home run is he just didn't get underneath it. He hit it hard enough.
Well, you're right, Ryan, and I think that's not a typical Alex Gordon fly ball. Normally he's under the ball more and more height to the ball, and that might be the adjustment that he and Kevin Sykes have been working on, where he's hitting long drives through the alley and up against a left-handed pitcher. Having 2 hits, that's even more impressive.
And the Angels are already going to work in the bullpen. Rich Thompson begins to throw. This was a good start for Kazmir. A couple of routine fly balls to center field, but now the home run from Cabrera and the double from Gordon. And Kazmir is 0-2 against Billy Butler. Billy lined to right his first time. So Kazmir, and he's not even done with 2 innings yet, and he is moving up on 60 pitches. Still 0-2.
I think the one thing he can do to help himself, Ryan, he can move the ball in and out. I mean, any pitch that's coming in, it's usually a breaking ball. If you can use your fastball off the plate, like Jeff Francis did the other night, then you can open up some lanes for your way. But when you're living away, now you're not only throwing balls, but you're also giving up a lot of foul balls, and that'll build your pitch count up also.
Blocked by Mathis. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Two and 2. Well, you can't see the wind, of course, but just watching the flags, or in this case, just watching Scott Kazmir and his uniform flutter in the wind. Those are the flags above the Royals Hall of Fame in left field. And those things have been starched all day. And now Billy is plunked. Kazmir hits his second batter of the day. Not what he wanted to do. He was ahead of Butler 0-2, then 2-2. And he gives the Royals another free base runner.
One thing about pitching in, when you don't practice it a lot, then you're going to miss by a lot. You saw the pitch earlier behind the Aviles, or behind the back of the leg, and hit this ball is so far inside, it doesn't do any good pitching wise. It definitely doesn't do Billy Butler any good.
Urban Santana started yesterday, and we showed you a flashback of last July when he plunked Billy twice in one game. So 2 on, 2 out, and now Keela. And with the wind blowing out the way it is, and with Kazmir's pitch count, he's got to be very careful here to make sure that the ball in this game doesn't fly out the window in the second inning. Drilled to left field, and that's deep. Back goes Wells, and he bobbled it and he dropped it. Butler rounding third, and he will beat the relay. Keela drives in 2, and it's 5-0.
Casimir looks back on this game, Ryan, and one thing he's going to look at is only a couple lefties in the lineup, and he hasn't gotten one of them yet. And you look at this ball slicing back over Wells' head and hits right off the heel of his glove. If it stayed straight, he catches it, but when the lefty hitting it, it slices back, and when it goes by his head, he has no way to track it back in his glove and hits right off the heel. You can see Alex coming in the circle right there, and you can see Billy coming around, and he makes a nice pop-up slide right on top of home plate.
Well, Chevy called to the bullpen, and as we predicted, it would be an early call to the bullpen. And Mike Scioscia has to go there in the second.
Well, you got to get those left-handers out, and he didn't get any of them.
Nobody on base. Melky Cabrera homered. Alex Gordon doubled. Billy Butler was hit by a pitch, and Keela drove in two. And now a balk, another balk. Casimir was hit for a balk in the first inning, and Rich Thompson, before he can even throw a pitch, pushes Keela over to third base. And Mike Scioscia realizing that at 2:04 his team is still out to lunch. Shallow right center field, and now Hunter and Borges almost collide, and the Angels just barely get through the second inning. The Royals add 3. Melky Cabrera puts an end to an 0 for 9 with his first home run as a Royal. The nation's fastest mobile broadband network by Panera Bread. Taste the difference freshness can make with Panera Catering. And by Chevy. See your Kansas City area Chevy dealers. 5-0 lead for the Royals to the top of the third inning. And Royals catcher Matt Trainer nice enough to join us in the game. He's down with a headset in the Royals dugout. Well, Matt, it took 17 years, but you're finally in a Royals uniform playing at Kauffman Stadium. How does it feel?
It feels good, especially with these powder blues on.
Most people are not aware that Matt is originally from the Royal system, but made a name for himself getting to the big leagues with the Florida Marlins. That is a foul ball, and 2 balls and 2 strikes on Myceris Turris. And you were just thrown right into the fire. Not that you can't handle it being a veteran catcher, but had what, 2 days of spring training to get to know the staff?
Yeah, even coming out here that first day with all those guys with their major league debuts, I was getting to learn them as we were out on the mound. So baseball's baseball still at the same time. Just have to try and figure it out as fast as I can and help these guys out. Stay in the yard.
And unfortunately, it does not. It lands in the Royals bullpen. So Myceris Turris takes Bruce Chen deep, and it's a 5-1 game. Matt, can you allow the wind to get in the back of your head on a day like today if you're a Royals pitcher, or do you just have to ignore it and just pitch your game?
I got a philosophy for the pitchers. I'd rather go with their strengths. I think Bruce, he's sticking to his game. That's not going to affect him right now, but working down in the zone, he's going to get plenty of ground balls.
Howie Kendrick, he drives this one to deep right field. Francoeur is back, and it's back-to-back home runs.
Fellas, I might have to leave.
I don't think it has anything to do with you. I think it has more to do with the wind, which, as Frank has said many times, sometimes the flags will tell you exactly what the wind is doing. Sometimes it doesn't, but now you're much closer to the field than we are, and I know you don't want to take anything away from the hitters, but this being a big ballpark, were those both well struck, or do you think they got some help from the wind?
I know Howie's got pretty good pop that way. Ball was up a little bit. You can't take away the hitter's ability to put the barrel on the ball, so Bruce needs to get back down in the zone and get his ground balls.
Well, that's a good call there. This is Frank. Matt, how are you today?
Hi, Frank. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Matt, coming in with these young relievers and coming in with them in pressure situations, what was your thought process when all these guys started getting in the game, especially yesterday when Aaron Crow came in the game in a bases loaded situation?
Aaron showed me a lot that first opening night. The first thing I do usually when a guy's making his major league debut, or he's only pitched a few times in the big leagues, is try and make eye contact with him, make him sure that I'm there with him and he's understanding what's going on. And he's done a fabulous job. He's got outstanding stuff, and yesterday's outing was really nice.
And also on blocking the plate. And is that something that you learned early in your career, is how to keep the runner off the plate and how to absorb the hits when guys come in and try to run right through you?
Yeah, math has got me pretty good. Actually, that one didn't feel so bad, so I was pretty lucky that I didn't get a little bit of a sting or anything. But, yeah, that's part of the job description, and you know, obviously I haven't put up 30 homers in a year, so that's the type of thing I need to do.
Now walk to Bobby Abreu, so tough inning for Bruce Chen as Abreu reaches for the second time. So we showed you the collision with Mattis, and now we're showing a replay, Matt, of the collision with Alberto Callaspo. He came in a little lower on you.
Yeah, I was up the line a little bit. Getzy made a nice throw from the outfield. We got that ball in pretty quick. It was a really good job by both those guys, getting me a chance to make a play there. And yeah, I thought maybe he'd either go around me or possibly try and hit me a little bit harder, but he chose the slide and ended up good for us.
I won't name names, Matt, but right after you were traded to the Royals, I got a phone call from one of the Rangers announcers who really enjoyed getting to know you last year, and he pointed out to me, he said when Matt Trainer was behind the plate, the Rangers were 17 games above 500, and all the other catchers combined were 1 game above 500. And knowing the little about you that I know, you're not going to stick your chest out at that number, but I mean, still, that's something. We're talking about a team that went to the World Series.
Yeah, I definitely, I mean, I took a lot of pride in that staff, and I think the numbers just kind of happened to go that way. There was a lot of talent on that team. We had good pitching. The bullpen was outstanding. and that offense is ridiculous. But it was a lot of fun playing with those guys, and they made it easy for me.
1 ball and 2 strikes on Torrey Hunter. Well, you've had a nice, sorry, Frank, you've had a nice major league career now, and I know you want it to continue, but people forget that, and I did too. I mean, you spent 10 years in the minor leagues right before you got to the big leagues.
Yeah, I actually became a minor league free agent, which is 7 seasons, including my rookie ball year in A-ball. I was traded over to the Marlins, and in '97 they switched ownerships, and I had to work my way back up again. And when I was getting to that level where I possibly could break in, it was I got a little log jammed with Pudge coming over to the Marlins, and pretty close there. But it kept, my head to the grindstone, kept going, battling, and I just enjoyed playing baseball at that point. I kind of let the chips fall where they may, and just keep playing, and got a chance to play in the big leagues in '04.
Matt, I think coming to Kansas City and coming with the staff that you have here, not only the starting staff, but the bullpen and the guys that you saw in spring training that might be coming this way, your value in handling young pitchers and teaching them how to get out of trouble when they get in trouble, how to maintain their composure on the mound. I think that would be huge for you at this point in your career.
Yeah, I definitely have enjoyed my time already. These guys they're not just young with a lot of talent. They're open to a lot of things. It seems like they're wanting to learn, and they understand that there's an opportunity here. And it's just exciting for me to be around this group.
Matt, what do you do on a day like today when you're not starting? How do you contribute to what's going on the mound?
I've been sitting with Jason. Jason's been doing some stuff with the running game, and we're talking about what Soch likes to do and that type of stuff. But at the same time, I'll head back down to the bullpen probably in the 5th and catch as many guys as I can just to get more familiar with them. But, I watch the game. I watch how Bruce likes to work in case there's a chance I get to catch him. Nice play.
Melky Cabrera runs up to get it.
Double dodge.
Double
nice
play.
Play.
Hey, Matt, thank you very much.
All right, thanks, guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
Thanks, Matt.
Angels get 2, and it's a 5-2 game to the bottom of the 3rd. To today's game, he started the Kansas City, Kansas chapter of the RBI program in 2010 after seeing a declining number of local kids playing baseball, a sport he played in both college and at the professional level. So enjoying the game, enjoying what do you got there? Some nachos, and enjoying a 5-2 Royals lead, and enjoying the way the top of the 3rd inning finished.
Well, it finished not like the Angels wanted it to finish. Here's a play that's right in front of the base runner, and Ray really had a hard time figuring out what he wanted to do, Ryan. Cabrera did a great job catching the ball and getting him out. Bruce is going to back this play up, but there he is. Fist pump. Outstanding. Way to get me out of trouble.
Good recovery for Bruce. The inning began with back-to-back solo home runs, then a walk. But he struck out Torrey Hunter and then got the double play. 2 strikes on Alcides Escobar. Royals facing Rich Thompson, who took over for Kazmir with 2 outs in the second inning. And ended the inning getting Francoeur on a fly ball to right. Rich Thompson out of Sydney, Australia. Escobar grounded out to first in the first. He is batting in the number 8 position today. Ned Yost used him as the leadoff man yesterday, with Mike Aviles getting the game off, at least from the starting lineup. Still 1-2. Fox Sports Kansas City Royals replica jersey day returns on April the 16th. The first 20,000 fans attending the Royals Mariners game receive one of these road gray replica jerseys. And if you'd like more details, you can call the Royals or go to royals.com. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Escobar. Below the knees, 3 balls, 2 strikes with Brian Pena next. As Torres charges in, and Escobar is the second out. Hope you enjoyed our conversation with Royals catcher Matt Trainer at the top half of this inning. And he is one of the subjects in today's You Call It, presented by Sprint, who has contributed the most in this series. And 39% going with Aaron Crow, and right behind him, Matt Trainer. Keep voting at 432-432. That's the number that you text. The keyword is Royals, a space, and then A, B, C, or D. Three innings in the big leagues for Aaron Crow. 3 high stress innings, close games, late in the game, and 5 strikeouts. That is under Kendrick's glove and into right field. Brian Pena is at first with 2 outs. Royals scored 3 last inning after there were 2 out. Check in with Joe Goldberg.
Well, Ryan, I was talking with hitting coach Kevin Seitzer about the first 3 games, and he's been so impressed with his offense, just the way that they have battled. He said every at bat, every game that they have battled. He said Irvin Santana really has #1 type of stuff. He's the number 3 pitcher on this team. He said all 3 of those pitchers they had faced up until today, good command guys. They could pitch forwards, they could pitch backwards, so you can't sit on anything. And he said even though the Royals have struck out at times so far, he said he's just been very happy with the way they've been able to hang in there, work those pitch counts, and stay in. And then I said, well, what about today? You're not facing a #1 in Kazmir. And as, of course, any hitting coach would do, he said, oh, he's had #1 stuff before. And, of course, we've seen that. He's done well against the Royals. Today, though, they finally were able to get on somebody, guys.
And knocked him out after an inning and 2/3. Thanks, Joel. Kazmir gave up 5 runs, 5 hits. He walked 2, and he hit 2 batters. Both batters that he hit came around to score. Oh, 0-2 to Mike Aviles, who was one of the hitters that was plunked. That was leading off the first inning. He stole second and scored on Alex Gordon's single. Gordon and Francoeur driving in the runs in the first inning. Cabrera and Keela in the second. Cabrera's was a home run. Keela's was a 2-run double. Little check swing, and Aviles plays Pepper with Trumbo, who goes to the bag And that's the inning. So the Royals are scoreless for the first time today. Time Warner Roadrunner Turbo speed pitch comparison. Rich Thompson now in the game for the Angels in relief of Scott Kazmir. He's at 92. Bruce Chen has gotten up to 88. You can double your speed with Roadrunner Turbo from Time Warner Cable. Alberto Callaspo, Mark Trumbo, and Jeff Mathis coming up, and that is driven into deep left field. Alex all the way back. This one will stay in the ballpark. And a strong throw to second base makes it somewhat of a close play. And Callaspo hustles in with a double. Last inning began with a home run to left field for the Angels.
Well, Bruce right now is starting to get the ball up. And you get the ball up and then get in the air. That's when the trouble's going to start. He needs to get back down in the zone and get the ball back on the ground. And see Alex go back here with the ball with that wind. The ball just it beats him to the fence. But does do a good job playing it off the fence and got the ball back in quickly.
Fouled away by Mark Trumbo, who doubled up the left field line in the second inning. Trumbo playing at first base in 3 of these 4 games. Howie Kendrick was there yesterday, just keeping the position warm until Kendrys Morales is ready. And the Angels are hopeful that he will be back by May the 1st. But in the meantime, it's an opportunity for Trumbo, who hit 36 home runs in the minor leagues last year. One ball, one strike. Into deep center field. The wind pushes it and pushes it off the wall. And Cabrera able to play the carom even though he was so close to the wall, but nothing he can do with it. Back-to-back doubles, and the Angels have made it a 2-run game.
We talked about being up in the zone, and right here, Trumbo, he's a low ball hitter, looks like, Ryan. He just drives his ball to center field. He's so strong, and just getting it up in that wind. The outfield's having a hard time outrunning the ball. Just pretty fortunate that the ball coming off the wall to been able to play.
Yeah, Melky, I'm sure he would tell you that he was lucky to catch that bounce off the wall because it wasn't coming back at his body. It was off to the side, but he was able to swipe at it. Otherwise, that thing rolls by him and back into center field, and Trumbo ends up at third base. Normally, you don't want to get this close to the wall on a carom, but
yeah,
that's actually reaching behind him to catch it.
He's extremely fortunate right there to catch that ball. So you can see where the outfielders, once they get to the warning track, they're a little tentative because the ball is just in that wind and just continues to go, and they just don't know where to pull up.
Outside, ball one on Jeff Mathis. Out on a foul out to first in the second inning. 1 for 4 in his career against Bruce Chen, and that one hit was a home run. Two balls, one strike. And Mathis gets one to the right side. So Trumbo moves up to third. And the potential tying run comes to the plate with Borges. And he has a chance to drive in a run by making it out. Two fan favorites are back for 2011, and they'll be back on Friday, April the 15th. The Royals will host the Mariners at 7:10. You can purchase hot dogs, small Pepsi products, and peanuts for just $1. It is a Buck Night along with a Fireworks Friday. That's after the game, presented by Hy-Vee and Pepsi. Escobar thought about coming to the plate. He'll throw out Borges, and the Angels have made it a one-run game. So 2 runs in the third, and now 2 more here in the fourth.
Well, you can see he charged this ball very well, and he has the intention to go on the home plate, but Matt got a great jump off third base. And that just made it a more difficult play for him, but he was able to redirect himself and make the play to first base.
In the second inning, the Angels had a chance to get a run home by making it out, but failed with runners at second and third and 1 out, a pop-up and a strikeout, so Bruce Chen was able to get out of that one. And this time around, the Angels get that runner home. 1 ball, 1 strike on his Turris. He homered to left field, leading off the third inning. 2 balls, 1 strike. Good changeup. 2-2. Ever since the meeting from Bob McClure, it looks like Bruce has picked up his tempo. Full count. Right at Francoeur in right field. The Angels make it a 1-run game with 2. Melky Cabrera will lead off the bottom of the fourth. He hit his first home run of the year back in the second inning. Royals at the end of 2. The Angels have come back with 2 in the 3rd and 2 in the 4th. Melky Cabrera, Alex Gordon, and Billy Butler here in the bottom of the 4th inning against Rich Thompson. He just showed off his big curveball. That's his trademark pitch. Cabrera homered to center field against Kazmir in the 2nd. That put an end to an 0 for 9. 1 ball, 1 strike. Royals with 2 in the 1st and 3 in the 2nd, all against Scott Kazmir, who departed after an inning and 2/3. And now Rich Thompson has gone an inning and a 1/3, and he's ahead 1-2. Thompson out of Sydney, Australia, where baseball at least was growing for a while. But I remember when Graham Lloyd pitched briefly for the Royals in 03, and he had pitched well early in his career with the Yankees, and there was a story he was telling us about that was written about him that said it was nice to see a local boy doing so well in such an obscure sport. Not as obscure these days, but it is still not a pastime in Australia. And kids like Rich Thompson, they grow up playing rugby and cricket, Australian rules football. Signed by the Angels as a non-drafted free agent in 2002. Reaching out to protect the strike zone, and Melky almost beat it out. Piaspo was deep, and so he had a ways to come in, and Melky almost ended up with a hustling single.
Well, he was running really hard down the line, and Alberto kind of, like you say, right, he's got to make those feet get quicker when you got a guy running down the line as hard as Cabrera's running down the line, so he just did get him by half a step.
And now Alex Gordon, who's 2 for 2 with 2 runs scored and an RBI, drove in the first run of the day in the bottom of the 1st inning. So that takes Alex from 215 to 267. That's one of the great things about the beginning of the season. You get 1 or 2 hits and you can add 50 or more points to your batting average. Alex had been 0 for 8 with 3 strikeouts against Kazmir, but 2 for 2 today. Still 0-2. Here's another carsoup.com question. It comes from Paul Clark from Topeka, Kansas. Does that ring a bell, Swanee? And the question is Ron Swan still in the Royals television booth this year? Absolutely he is. So wave to all your friends, Swanee. Or at least wave to Paul. Borges makes the play on Gordon in center field. One of the best Harry Carey impersonations in the ballpark. Ron Swan. Give us a good hey, Swanee. So 2 down to Billy Butler, who's been hit by a pitch. He's lined out, and he has scored a run. The Royals have not gone down easy today with 2 outs and nobody on base. In the 2nd inning, they went on to score 3 after 2 outs and nobody on, and then last inning got a base hit with 2 outs, but Thompson was able to retire Mike Aviles to end the inning. 1 ball, 1 strike on Billy. It's not that hitters stop trying and they lose their concentration, but it's just human nature to lose a little bit of an edge when you score a lot of runs early in the game and you have a big lead.
Well, what you want to try to do is get hungrier as a hitter. You want to, if this is one of those days that the wind's blowing out, you want to try to get as much out of the day as possible. So there's always that one guy that they make all the good pitches to, and they hit the line drives right at people. But for the most part, you don't want to sacrifice a day like this. You want to go hard all the way through.
And there you go. Got one up into the wind. Back goes Borges. Good call, Frank. 6-4 Royals. Billy Butler has his first home run of the year. That's the second time in the last 3 innings the Royals have scored after 2 outs and nobody on base.
Well, you can see this pitch here just out over the plate, and Billy doesn't try to pull it. He just uses the big part of the field. You know, he stays through it, and he has the best eyes for contact that I've seen. He's right on the ball. He's actually can speak to that, see the ball hit the bat. He comes real close. And that's one of the better balls I've seen him hit. With a little help from the wind, but still impressive.
Not much. So on a windy day, we've had 4 home runs in less than 4 full innings. All have been solo home runs.
It's one of these days that nobody wants to come out of the game. You know, anytime the pitcher elevates the ball, get it in the air, you think you got a chance to do some damage. And you look at the home runs that are hit today, you look at the doubles that are hit today, and it gives you an indication of how that wind's blowing.
In fact, there have been 10 home runs in this series, and all have been solo home runs. How about that? Kendrick slides to make the play on Keela, and that's the end of the inning. But not before Billy puts one in the drink. To improve their defense. They've made some errors, but they've done that. They've had some big plays. They wanted to improve in the power department. They've hit 5 home runs already.
And that's pretty impressive. I think your hitting coach and your manager is going to be definitely excited about that. And this is one of those games, Ryan, where everybody comes to the ballpark looking at the flags, and they say, "There's no way I can't be out of this lineup." And I think you're just looking at the fact that the Royals are hitting more doubles, which is what Kevin Seitzer was looking for. That means they're attacking the ball, driving the ball, and that's a lot of fun to see.
Bruce Chen has given up 2 home runs, both of them solo home runs, and one of them to the man at the plate now, Howie Kendrick. And Kendrick just hit another one. So he's homered to right, and now into the Royals bullpen, and the Angels are down by 1 again. So there's no doubt the ball is flying out of here today with the heat, and there's some humidity in the air, plus the wind. But that's 11 home runs in this series. Every single one of them has been a solo home run.
Well, today they're not giving each other a chance to get anything going. You have back-to-back home runs, and then Kendrick come and hit his second home run. It's just amazing the difference a win makes, and that's why the pitchers have to focus more down in the zone and try to create some movement down and try to get a few more ground ball.
Bobby Abreu is singled and walked. Here's one of those cases where the game just sometimes doesn't make any sense. Remember all the difficulty that Abreu had against Jeff Francis the other night? What is he, 0 for 12 with 9 strikeouts? Well, you would think that Bruce Chen isn't that different than Francis. I mean, Bruce will change his arm angle. They're not exactly the same, but they're not polar opposites. Well, Abreu hits better than .350 in his career against Bruce Chen.
Well, I just think it's mainly the curveball that gives Abreu the biggest problem. That sweeping curveball to the outer half, and where Jeff Francis uses it, Bruce Chen doesn't use his.
Abreu always with a good eye. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Sean O'Sullivan warms up in the Royals bullpen, looking to make his first appearance of the year. Chance to go up against his former team. Billy knocks it down, and too late. And Abreu gets an infield single, his second hit and his 3rd time on base. Here's today's league leaders, brought to you by your Kansas City area Toyota dealers. Best American League bullpen ERAs through yesterday. The Royals and the Blue Jays bullpen have not allowed an earned run, so a good start for them. A bullpen that includes 4 rookies and Kanekoa Teixeira, who is just in his 2nd year in the big leagues. On the flip side, the Angels bullpen has had a very rough start to the year. They have given up 5 runs in 5 innings, 3 home runs. And if the Angels are going to stay in this game and win this game, they're going to need a good day from the bullpen. The bullpen had to come in the 2nd inning. Bruce Chen is trying to get through at least 5 innings today so that he can qualify for the win. And the Royals can empty the closet today when it comes to relievers because they have an off day tomorrow.
Well, they could, but I'm sure Ned Yost would rather not. Keep staying in this game, win this game, and just see some kind of momentum. And I think that's been the biggest thing in this game, Ryan, is Bruce Chen hasn't been able to seize the momentum and run with it. He gets the lead, and then bang, 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 home run, double, and they're right back in the game again. And these kind of games are hard on the offense too. You know, you got a 5-2 lead, and you want, okay, we got it right here, hold it right here for a few innings, give us a chance to add on. But it's just been both teams scoring each turn at bat, and I think that's tough on everybody.
First 2 innings, the Royals outscored the Angels 5-0, and now the last 3 innings, the Angels have outscored the Royals 5-1. Torrey Hunter 0 for 2 so far. Bruce got a big strikeout against him back in the 3rd inning. In his last 5 games here, Torrey Hunter has 4 home runs, 8 runs scored, 7 driven in. And Bruce Chen is convinced that Bobby Abreu is thinking about second base.
Yeah, Bruce doesn't really have a real good move to first base, but he'll throw over 3 consecutive times. It's mainly just trying to guess with the base runner.
And Torrey taking a fastball swing on a changeup, and it's 1-1. And another throw to first. Frank and I discussed it yesterday. You look at Bobby Abreu, and he is not built like someone that you would think to be a stolen base threat, but he is. He has 12 straight seasons with at least 20 stolen bases. 24 last year. 2 balls and 1 strike on Hunter. So he has a chance to finish his career with 400 stolen bases. He had a couple of 30-30 seasons when he played for the Phillies. At least 30 home runs and at least 30 stolen bases in the same year. Last year, he had 20 home runs, 24 stolen bases, 41 doubles. That's the 5th time in his career he's had at least 20 home runs, 20 stolen bases, and 40 doubles in one season. He's the only player in history to do that. Alex fighting the wind and the sun. The wind continues to push it and takes him right up against the chain link. So if you're not going to get it all today, at least get it up into the wind. And the wind almost pushed it into the Royals bullpen.
Well, I'd say, just tracking the ball, you just can't outrun it today. It just keeps going and going and going. So it looks like the outfielder is just trying to track the ball, but they just can't get to the point where they can get under it. It just takes them right into the wall. It just keeps going right here, and they just got to reach for it. One more step, and he'd hit the wall before the ball got there.
Now ball 1 on Vernon Wells. Alex has had very little trouble since making the move from third base to the outfield last year. Two balls and no strikes on Wells. Last year he was the Branch Rickey Man of the Year, an award that is given to a player around the major leagues for his contributions off the field helping youth. Each team has a Branch Rickey nominee, and then the entire major leagues give the award to one player. Abreu finally ticks off, and Wells pops it up. And now Melky fighting the sun in the wind. So 2 down, and Abreu back to first base.
Bruce Chen did a good job keeping this ball off the fat part of the bat. And if you watch Abreu on this one, Ryan, the last time he got caught out there and it got doubled off first. This time he just turned right around and sprinted back to first. So even if Cabrera dropped the ball, he still would have been out at second base. He said, I'm not taking any chances. I'm getting right back to the base.
Outside to Alberto Callaspo. Alberto was not in the original starting lineup today. Eric Ibar was scratched because of soreness on his left side. So Myceres Turris moved from third base to short, and Callaspo went into the game at third. 4 out of 8 to begin the season. He has a double and a run scored today. And Bruce is ahead, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Last year, the Angels went into the regular season hoping that longtime prospect Brandon Wood would take over at third base for the long term. Drafted in the first round by the Angels. And when the season was over, the Angels sent him to the Arizona Fall League, which normally doesn't happen to a guy who's been around in the big leagues for a while. And it's interesting that something that they've had some difficulty with trying to solve over the last 2 years is third base and a leadoff man in the lineup. And that was a 2-in-1 deal with Sean Figgins for years. He was the third baseman and he led off.
Brandon showed a lot of power in the minor leagues, and I think the biggest thing I would look at with him is just making contact. He had a lot of strikeouts, and I think that was one of the main reasons that keeps him from being the player they thought he was going to be.
Line to left. Alex is coming up, and that's the inning. Angels get another home run and make it a one-run game. Victories against the Angels. Bruce Chen last year had 12 wins and he had a save. So our question today is, what former Royal has the most wins with at least one save in the same season?
That's a good one.
I was looking at the list, and on the list, it's not the answer to the question, but one year I think Dan Quisenberry had 36 saves and 12 wins. Sharply hit, and on one hop to Howie Kendrick. Jeff Francoeur is out, 1 for 3 with an RBI today. Of course, Quisenberry, he would pitch 2 or more innings sometimes, wouldn't he?
Well, sometimes 3. He would come in the 7th and go all the way through. So they didn't really have that specialty role back in those days. He was either starter or reliever. That was it.
That year I was talking about is actually 12 wins, 33 saves, 33 out of 37 in save attempts. That was 1980. Here the Royals played the Phillies in the World Series. Betemit is walked and grounded back to the mound. 1-1 against Rich Thompson, who's been in there since the 2nd inning. He has given up 1 run on 2 hits. He gave up a solo home run to Billy Butler last inning. That after the Royals scored 5 against Scott Kazmir and knocked him out in the 2nd inning. One and 2. Next series for the Royals begins on Tuesday with the Chicago White Sox. It's also the first T-shirt Tuesday of the year. 7-10 game with Chicago. That's Luke Hochevar and Gavin Floyd. And the first 10,000 fans will receive a T-shirt presented by Pepsi Max. It's the first of 7 T-shirt Tuesdays this year. So come on out Tuesday night and then Wednesday afternoon with the White Sox. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes on Wilson Betemit. Royals had a 5-0 lead at the end of 2. The Angels came back with 4. Billy Butler's home run in the 4th made it 6-5, and then the Angels just scored a run in the top of the 5th. There's the curveball we were talking about. It was described by some as a 14-6 curveball, which is an exaggeration of what is known as a 12-6. as if you're looking at a clock, and the ball breaks straight down as if it begins at 12 o'clock and goes down to 6 o'clock on the face of the clock. And Rich Thompson's has been so good at times. It is called a 14-6, even though there's no 14 on a clock. This time a fastball gets Bedemeat, and they're 2 down in the 5th inning. All right, our AT&T trivia question. What former Royal has the most wins with at least one save in the same season?
I have no idea on this one, but I like what you said about Quisenberry, but I have no idea. Let's.
Mark Gubicza.
Since he's in the house.
Yeah. Is he in the house, Kevin Schenk? He's not in the house. Well, if he is, we're not aware of it. So it's not Mark Gubicza, it's not Paul Splittorff, it's not Jeff Montgomery, it's not Bob McClure. One hop to Cayaspo.
Well, you can always throw Dennis Leonard's name in there.
And the winner is Dennis Leonard. Very nice, Frank. Right at the wire. Inning. You may have noticed at the beginning of the broadcast, Frank and I had our lapel pins on that stand for Stand Up to Cancer. It's a new initiative created to accelerate groundbreaking cancer research that will get new therapies to patients quickly and save lives. Stand Up to Cancer's goal is to bring together the best and brightest in the cancer community, encouraging collaboration instead of competition. By galvanizing the entertainment industry, Stand Up to Cancer creates awareness and builds broad public support for this effort. So during the Major League Baseball season on Fox and Fox Sports Kansas City, we align with Stand Up to Cancer, and we hope you will too. Sean O'Sullivan takes the mound against his former team. Mark Trumbo, Jeff Mathis, and Peter Borges coming up. And this is O'Sullivan's first appearance of the year. Coming over from the Angels last year in the trade that sent Alberto Cayaspo to the Angels. Overall 19 appearances, 14 were starts. And this is a trimmer version of Sean O'Sullivan. He dropped 25 pounds during the offseason. And all he needs is 3 pitches to strike out Mark Trumbo.
That's a good start. You know, first time out, Ryan, you want to get off to a good start, and coming in and maybe 3 pitches and getting your first K. That's pretty nice. That'll help your confidence a lot.
And now a strike to Mathis. Jeff Mathis is 0 for 2. Sean O'Sullivan is from Southern California, but he's from the San Diego area. The Angels made him a third-round pick in 2005 out of a junior college in California. 2 up, 2 down here in the 6th inning. There's no 2 down. Peter Borges coming up. We remind you that this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Kansas City Royals. They may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Kansas City Royals Baseball Corporation. Ryan Lefevre with Frank White, Joel Goldberg with producer Kevin Schenk, director Steve Kurtenbach, associate producers Al Broughton and Sam Abramson, and the rest of our Fox Sports Kansas City crew, many of whom are running cameras out in the wind and the heat and the dust and the water flying out of the fountains. All of that on April the 3rd. There are the cameras that are a bit offset today because of the water coming out of the Water Spectacular, so that angle from behind home plate, high home as they call it in television language, normally would be more directly behind home plate, but those are expensive cameras out there. Bettamy to the hole, 360 turn, and he gets the speedy Peter Borges.
Next slam inning, the contestant is Lynn Foster from Spring Hill, Kansas. If the Royals hit a home run out of the park, in this inning, Lynn will win $400. If the Royals hit a grand slam out of the park, Lynn will win $25 grand from Sonic and the Kansas City Royals.
You know, looking at some of these pictures here, these would be common shots if we were in June or July or August, with people taking their shoes off, short sleeves, shorts, some people without their shirts. But it is April the 3rd. Hisanori Takahashi takes over in the bottom of the 6th inning. Pena, Aviles, and Cabrera coming up. And this warm weather is just passing through town. In for a day and gone. And it's supposed to cool down tonight. And a chance tomorrow at the high temperatures won't even reach 50. But then after that, another gradual warm up. All in all, great weather for the first home series of the year. 1 ball, 1 strike on Pena, who has singled and flied out to center field. If you weren't with us early, the Royals had a 5-0 lead at the end of 2 innings. There have been 5 home runs hit today, with the wind blasting out towards left field. All have been solo home runs. In fact, all 11 home runs in this series have been solo home runs. That's what's happened today. 5-0, and then the Angels came back to make it a 1-run game. The Royals are back out in front by 2, and the Angels got a run back in the 5th. Iaspo comes in from third and throws out Brian Pena. Also coming up during that White Sox series, it's a Wednesday afternoon game. It's Inc. Student Night, although that's a day game Wednesday. Students can purchase a ticket for $7 with a valid high school or college ID. There are new happy hour specials and the outfield experience for $7. Includes a hot dog and a beverage. This Wednesday, Inc. Local Music Showcase with support from 96.5 The Buzz will feature the Sons of Great Dane before the Royals take on the White Sox. Again, that's 1:10. The gates open at 11:30 on Wednesday. Mike Aviles 0 for 2. He has scored a run, and that's stroked over Iaspo and down into the corner. Well, Mike Aviles has his 3rd extra base hit of the year and his first double.
You know, Mike made a real good adjustment on this breaking ball. You can see he set for fastball. See he slowed himself down and waited on the ball to get there. You get a good look at it right here. He lands on that front foot, head down, straight down through the ball. A nice piece of hitting on off-speed pitch.
And now Melky Cabrera, who has hit 1 of the 5 home runs today. His first of the year, a solo home run in the 2nd inning. Fooled by a changeup, 0-1.
Well, back in the 2nd inning, Ryan, he just gets all of this ball. And like I say today, all you have to do is get it up with a little bat speed behind it in that wind, and he'll just keep going and going. So that's an impressive home run from Cabrera on that swing right there.
And he was pumped up
going
around first base.
I'm trying to figure if that's the furthest ball he's ever hit.
Yelling at himself as he's rounding first base. He had been 0 for 9 since the 3-hit game on opening day. You ever notice these days in sports that guys get mad when they do something good? I mean, they don't smile anymore. I'm thinking about a basketball player who comes up with a big dunk, or football player makes a great catch and they stand up and they're mad.
Yeah, almost like
so mad about
check me out.
Yeah,
you know, they beat their chest. Or you see more guys kind of marketing themselves more in the game today. A big hit, all the fist pumps as you go around the bases, things like that. So everybody's got their style. I guess that's the only thing you attribute to is their own individual style.
Soft liner to second, and that will be 2. So 3 come to the plate in the 6th inning. On to the 7th. Royals by 1. Kansas City Royals in the Fox Sports Kansas City broadcast booth. Look for these special edition Frank White Pepsi Max cans at your neighborhood Hy-Vee. New look, same great taste, and 0 calories. Say 0, Frank.
0.
Pepsi Max, 0 calories. Say 0, Frank.
Again, 0.
Maximum Pepsi taste. Did you ever think that your face would be on the side of a pop can? Hello?
I never dreamed it, Ryan.
Okay, there we go. Frank's kind of got the deer in the headlights thing as he's looking at his likeness on the side of the Pepsi Max can.
I'm just wishing that I still had that body.
And that mustache.
That comes in the winter.
Sean O'Sullivan has come out of the bullpen and has retired 4 straight, and you know that feels good for him. No hard feelings towards the Angels, but the player always wants to perform well against his former team. He did a lot of winning in the Angels minor league system. In fact, he won ERA titles in his first 2 seasons of pro ball. He was the Angels minor league pitcher of the year in 2007. He led his league in wins in 2008. And by his 4th professional season, he was in the big leagues. Best thing he can do is what he did, just hang on to it. So Howie Kendrick, who's gone deep twice, now lays down a bunt. So he is 3 out of 4.
Wow, you'd think that he's swinging the bat as well as he is. You'd think he'd want to get a pitch to try to drive right here and maybe hit a double. You know, you got Hunter coming behind him. You've got Abreu behind you. Just try to hit a double. I mean, I wouldn't want to bunt right here in this situation. I'd be trying to get the ball up in the air.
So here is Bobby Abreu. For the most part, quiet in the first 3 games, just 2 out of 12 with a couple of walks, and he's most of the time when he's not swinging the bat well, he will find a way to get on base by way of the walk. He's walked again today, and he has 2 singles. I remember last year when Sean O'Sullivan was acquired by the Royals. He had a fluky beginning to his Royals career. If you combined it with the end of his Angels career, he had back-to-back starts against the Yankees in New York. That's drilled to center field and deep. Back goes Cabrera, and it is gone. The Angels have taken the lead in the 7th inning. That is the 12th home run of this series, and the first that is not a solo home run.
But it appears that jet stream is definitely in straightaway center to left center field, and this ball should have been away, but he got it back in the middle of the plate. You can see how Brian Payne is reaching back a little bit, and he just stays right on top of it and drives it in the left center field. I mean, this. You just watched it. If you watch the defenders, Ryan, you can see they just can't never catch up. You know, the ball just keeps going and going and going, and that ball was well over the fence.
And now Torrey Hunter goes into right center field. Francoeur cuts it off and has a strong arm, and Hunter knows all about that, so he'll hold, and that's his first hit. So Sean O'Sullivan, after retiring the first 4 going back to last inning, has given up a single, a home run, and now another base hit.
Well, you know, they definitely are not even, they're just trying to go with the pitch, and Francoeur does a good job taking a good angle to get around this ball and get it back in the infield and hold Torrey Hunter to a single.
Well, we thought the ball would be flying today, and it is. 6 home runs. And we still have a ways to go. Sean O'Sullivan, for almost all of spring training, was competing for the number 4 spot in the starting rotation. And with about 2 weeks to go, Ned Yost decided on Vin Mazzaro, for the biggest reason being that Sean O'Sullivan has experience pitching out of the bullpen at the big league level. And the Royals won't need 5 starters for a while because of all the off days. They have one tomorrow. That's through the left side, and now 4 straight hits against O'Sullivan. So anyway, Mazzaro is still back at Arizona getting his work in for when the Royals need 5 starters, with O'Sullivan being the long man. Well, Bob McClure back out to the mound, and we will answer another carsoup.com email to the booth. It comes from Bill Berry of Kansas City, Missouri. Have we come up with a new nickname for Joakim Soria? His nickname was Mexicutioner, and he asked early in spring training if the Royals and the media would stop referring to him with that nickname because of all the violence in his native country. I've got a couple.
Well, you can always go back to Jack. That's been, that's been the name that that he's carried along with that the Mexicutioner title. But I can understand where he's coming from on this deal. But I just call him. Well, I'm a first name guy, so I just call him Joaquin. But a lot of people call him Jack because it's short.
I've had a couple that I haven't used on the air, but that I've called him down around the end of the bat. So this one will stay in the ballpark. Hyasco flies to right, and Hunter goes to third, and there are 2 down. How about El Pepino? Pepino in Spanish is cucumber, and Soria is cool as a cucumber. How about that? You like that one?
I like that one.
Yeah. And then the other one is Mr. Cool, but in Spanish, Senor Fresco. Like that one?
I like that one better.
I remember we were in the hotel lobby somewhere on the road, and I referred to him as El Pepino, and he looked at me like, what the heck are you talking about? And the expression cool as a cucumber is not used in Mexico, so it really was a waste of time calling him that, because he responded much better to Senor Fresco.
You know, this is going to be kind of boring, guys, but Mariano Rivera, best closer in the game, doesn't have a nickname. Pretty simple guy like Joaquin. Maybe he doesn't need a nickname.
Yeah, he probably doesn't. I think you're right, Joel.
I know everybody wants nicknames, but a lot of guys in the clubhouse just call him Soria by his last name. Frank likes the first name, but he is really not a nickname guy. No. He is a no-frills guy. But a funny guy. You know, he told Nate Bukaty the other day that he didn't make those guys get a mohawk. He just suggested it. Oops.
Which is code for made them get a mohawk.
Of course, but he's backing off of that now because he can.
It's kind of like similar to when your mom says, you know, why don't you tie your shoe? She's not making you tie your shoe.
Suggesting you tie your shoe.
But what does that really mean?
Tie your shoe.
You better tie your shoe.
And we didn't always listen, but they know better. They're going to listen to Soria.
Right. Well, on that particular play, O'Sullivan did not turn quickly and throw to first, and he may have had a shot at Vernon Wells, who had taken a couple of steps towards second base.
That's the one thing on that play that I wish, if they use that play, I wish they make them throw the ball somewhere. And if you are a pitcher and you use that play, then you got to anticipate having a play at first base and just come up throwing. Even if the guy takes off, you should still have enough time to redirect the ball to second base. But this is like not being totally committed to the play right here. When you don't make a throw, you're not totally committed. You're just showing. And then he sees that he does have a chance, and now he's disappointed he didn't really get aggressive on the play.
Yeah, Vernon Wells was almost panicking trying to get back to first base. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Trumbo. 2 doubles today, and he has driven in a run. The Angels have come back after falling behind 5-0 in the first 2 innings. time that O'Sullivan turns and throws to first, Torrey Hunter makes a few steps, takes a few steps down the third base line just in case that ball doesn't land securely in Billy Butler's glove. Loop to right field and right at Francoeur. The inning is over, but Bobby Abreu's home run puts the Angels in front for the first time. The seventh inning, and before we get to the bottom half, here's the Miller Lite Taste Greatness moment.
Well, Ryan, this is back in the third inning, and you see where Melker Cabrera does a good job of hitting the ball out of the ballpark right here. They just had a good inning all the way around. And on this pitch here, he comes in and really charges the ball well, and he doubles off Bobby Abreu going to first base.
Much to the delight of Bruce Chen, who will take a no decision today. He left with the lead. He gave up 5 runs in 5 innings. And Sean O'Sullivan now has given up 2 in 2 innings. Melky Cabrera has had a good day. The Royals' middle of the batting order has had a good day. Alex Gordon, Billy Butler, Kila Kaihue. In the first 3 games, they combined to drive in 1 run. They have driven in 4 today. Alex has driven in 1 of those. He has 2 hits and he has scored twice. Hisanori Takahashi on the mound. And this was an Angels bullpen that was struggling in the first 3 games with an ERA of 9. They gave up 5 runs in 5 innings in the first 3 games. 10 hits over those 5 innings and 5 walks. We told you yesterday that that's nothing new for the Angels bullpen. They had the most walks of any bullpen in the American League last year. So not off to a good start in the first 3 games, but called into duty in the 2nd inning today because of the early exit by Scott Kazmir. And so far the bullpen has only given up 1 run.
I think one of the 2 things that Alex can take from this game today is the fact that his first 2 hits were against a left-handed pitcher. Being able to stay in there and drive the ball in the alley for a double and also a single.
1 and 2 on Alex. That was Michael Kahn warming up in the Angels bullpen. He gave up the home run to Kila on Friday night in the 9th inning. Up the middle, and Alex has a 3-hit game. So back come the Royals with the tying run at first and nobody out.
You can take a look at Alex's swing today, Ryan, he's using his hands a lot more, not a lot of body. He comes across this pitch and gets base hit to right, but he stays right through that, all hands, stays back, doesn't have that big shoulder dip that you saw last year, and that's all hands right there, just serving the ball right through the middle solidly.
Oh, 0-1 on Billy Butler. He hammered his first home run of the year back in the 4th inning.
Oh, what a first home run this was for Billy Butler. Just a fastball out over the plate and got a whole lot of distance on this ball. Out over the water fountain. Outstanding home run from Billy.
Royals have stolen 2 bases today, and they stole those bases against a left-hand pitcher, Scott Kazmir. Both of them coming in the 1st inning, Aviles and Francoeur. Oh, 0-2. As poorly as the Angels bullpen pitched in the first 3 games, and even though the Royals won 2 games against the bullpen, it could have been a lot worse. They got a couple of 2-out runs in the 8th inning yesterday to win the game, but they had left 10 runners on base against the Angels bullpen in the first 3 games. Off speed, and Billy strikes out. Takahashi out of Japan, 10 years with the Yomiuri Giants. They are the premier team, the most followed team in Japan, similar to the Yankees, and then came over to the States last year and pitched 1 season with the Mets. And a strike to Keela. He has contributed 2 RBIs today. He won the game on Friday. He was not a subject of today's Sprint You Call It. We asked you who has contributed the most in the series, and 43% going with Aaron Crow. So thanks for voting today. Matt Trainer right behind him, and Matt Trainer was kind enough to join us from the Royals dugout in the 3rd inning. Before that pitch was thrown, that had Alex Gordon going back to first base. So as of right now, he has not picked apart Takahashi's motion yet.
Well, you're right, Ryan, and that's almost every pitch he's found himself taking at least a step back toward the base. So I would just say take a shorter lead, so all they have to worry about is going forward, and rather than going back and then have to redirect yourself to second base.
And this time Takahashi throws over there. That's a good point. I mean, sure, you can have a big lead, but if you're leaning in the wrong direction, it's counterproductive.
It's definitely counterproductive. So if you want to go first move, just take a shorter lead, don't draw any attention to yourself, and then just take off. He's got a high leg kick, so he should be able to make up the distance. But when you get out there, now you're worried about him picking you off, but you don't have the same confidence.
Over to first again. Sometimes a runner against a lefty will take off right here, because very few pitchers will go over to first 3 straight times.
Only Bruce Chen.
A slow roller that'll be handled by Kendrick, and he'll underhand to Trumbo. So that moves Alex into scoring position with 2 outs. It also will bring Mike Scioscia out of the dugout, and he points out to the bullpen. So with Jeff Francoeur coming up, Mike Scioscia wants a right-hander, and it will be Michael Kahn. So a Chevy call to the bullpen. The Royals have the tying run at second base with 2 outs. And it'll be Michael Kahn coming on for the 3rd time in the series. His last appearance was on Friday night. It didn't last very long. He made 2 pitches in the 9th inning, and the second pitch ended up on the wrong side of right field from his perspective, and a walk-off home run for Kila Kaihue. He gets Jeff Francoeur with Alex Gordon down at second base. Strike 1 on Francoeur, who drove in a run in the 1st inning with a single and stole a base. Into left center field, and the Royals are going to tie the game. Francoeur drives in another run. 7-7 in the 7th.
When you leave them up, they get hit, and this is a slider that backed up right into Francoeur's swing, and he hit in a great spot in the left center field. So just keep the ball down, you got a chance. You pitch the ball up today, you got a chance to give us something big. And then there's Alex coming around third and crossing home plate.
First double, 4th run driven in for Francoeur in this series. And now Wilson Bettamy trying to get him home and give the Royals the lead. So the Royals come right back after the Angels took the lead in the top half of this inning on Bobby Abreu's home run, and that'll help Sean O'Sullivan breathe a little easier. 1-1. Bettamy walked in the 1st, otherwise 0 for 2. So the last 2 batters that Michael Kahn has faced have resulted in a game-winning home run and a game-tying double. 1 and 2 to Bettamy. That run is charged to Takahashi. Two and 2. Just below the knees. Bettamy starting in back-to-back games at third base. He got a late start to spring training. He hyperextended his right elbow during the offseason during a swing in winter ball. So he wasn't quite ready to go when spring training began, and he missed the first week to 10 days. And down on strikes. The inning is over, but the Royals tie the game. Jeff Francoeur comes through with 2 outs. And before we get to the 8th, Panera will take us around the league, where the Tigers beat the Yankees 10-7. So Detroit picks up their first win of the year. Cleveland beating Chicago, avoiding a sweep. Minnesota avoids a sweep in Toronto. Danny Valencia hits his second home run. Baltimore's off to a 3-0 start. Texas is in front of Boston. Texas trying to go 3-0. And Seattle is at Oakland. The Mariners are off to a 2-0 start. Robinson Tejeda for the 8th inning. He'll get the 8, 9, and 1 hitters. Beginning with Jeff Mathis, 0 for 3. Second appearance for Tejeda. He pitched on Friday night after Jeff Francis had 7 strong innings. And Tejeda turned in a scoreless 8th. Soria a scoreless 9th, and the Royals won it in the bottom of the 9th. Mathis is fouled out, and he's grounded out to Chris Getz twice. One of those ground balls, or Mike Aviles at second base, I beg your pardon. One of those ground balls was intentional, with the runner at second base and nobody out. The ground ball to second to get the runner to third, and the runner eventually came around to score. Struck him out. So a good start for Tejeda. 1 away in the 8th.
Robbie's got such good stuff. I mean, especially since he's come up with that changeup. That changeup just goes right down, right on the outside part of the plate. So he's not one of those guys that said, I'm going to stay with my hard slider and my fastball. He came up with another pitch, and that changeup's really a good pitch for him.
Remember a couple of years ago, the Royals used him as a starter late in the year. And he pitched very well as a starter. They moved him there because of injuries. And then he was in contention in spring training last year to make the starting rotation. It didn't work out that way. He went back to the bullpen, and that may have affected him because he did not start well. His ERA was almost 13 in his first 10 outings last year. He lost this role as the 8th inning setup to Joakim Soria, but then finished strong. The ERA was about 2 in his last 44 appearances.
He was one of those guys that would come in the game in the 5th and pitch 3 innings. And I mean, you had made one comment about him. It's like he got 2 closers in the same game, because he could come in and shut it down for 3 innings and take it all the way to Soria in the back.
There was no stat to glamorize what Tejeda was doing, but then manager Trey Hillman would bring in Tejeda if there was a mess in the 5th inning or the 6th inning, and he would get the Royals out of it. Just missed the outside. Don't ask Tejeda if it just missed. He cocked his head back in frustration.
Yeah, we get a little bit different look since our cameras are off, but if he hit that glove, it looks real good. I'm sure he'd like to throw that same pitch again. Maybe just one ball off the plate.
And that's not going to make Robbie feel any better. In his mind, Borges was allowed 4 strikes in that at-bat. And he's 1 for 4. And now you have a power pitcher on the mound and a very fast runner at first base. So this thing has running situation written all over it.
Well, Robbie can adjust his looks over there. He can go with the slide step and doesn't take a lot away from his pitching, but it's more the mindset and how much mentally he's affected in being over there, seeing that he's to go ahead and run.
Borges hasn't stolen a base yet in the series. He had 10 last year for the Angels. That was after being called up in August. Not running, and his Torres takes a strike. His biggest stolen base season was 2008, and that was in A ball. He swiped 50 for Rancho Cucamonga, which is always fun to say. Borges really doesn't have a threatening lead over at first base.
Yeah, you're right. It wouldn't be one that you expect to see, but he's got that speed. If he get a good jump, he can make up ground once he gets going. I remember Johnny Damon was like that too. Didn't get the greatest jump, but once he got going, he can make up a lot of speed and a lot of ground in a short period of time.
One ball, one strike. You got a hitter at the plate who handles the bat well, and he's a good bet to make contact if Mike Scioscia wants to try a little hit and run. He could also lay down a bunt for a base hit, with the worst case scenario getting Borges up to second base. Not running, and it's fouled away. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, you never really know what a Mike Scioscia team will do. I mean, he doesn't play the game the same way as everyone else. His players will bunt at any time. They will run at any time. And the count doesn't seem to matter when they run. So, and now he has a team where in his mind doesn't have the power that he wants to have. He's almost got an opportunity to play both ways. He got power in the middle. They've got speed guys around that he can do all these other things with.
Brian Pena asked for time and wants to talk over this pitch with Tejeda. Who knows, this upcoming pitch might have as much to do with Borges as it does Izturis. As if he's running anything in the dirt, that's going to be a heavy lift for Brian Pena to throw him out.
Well, that's true. 1-2 is usually a breaking ball count, and runners do like to run on this count, but it's also a good pitch out count if you ever feel that the guy's going to be running.
And he's not running, and it is in the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So Borges has seen, with the foul ball, 5 pitches to Myceris Turris and hasn't even flinched. And Robbie throws over there. Angels got 2 in the top of the 7th on Abreu's home run to take the lead. Royals tied it in the bottom of the 7th on Jeff Francoeur's 2-out double. And the Royals have been clutch today at the plate. 6 of their 7 runs have come with 2 outs. And if you go back to the 8th inning yesterday when they scored 2 to take the lead, now 8 of the last 9 runs scored by the Royals have come with 2 outs. Now he's running, and it's squirted just foul off to the third base side. Normally when you think of the top of the order, you think about runs scored and stolen bases, and you think about the middle of the order providing the punch, but not today, as the Angels have hit 4 home runs, and all 4 have come from the top of the order. Howie Kendrick has 2. Abreu's 2-run home run in the 7th put the Angels in front for the first time today. They've come back from 5-0. And again, the Royals tied it in the bottom of the 7th. Borges started to go and stopped. Skied to the right field side. And out of play.
Well, a 2-2 count's really not a bad count to run on. You're still running under the protection of the hitter. It's almost like a built-in hit and run. But you can't treat it as a hit and run. He's still got to treat it as I'm trying to steal second base.
Getting some advice from longtime first base coach Alfredo Griffin, a slick fielding shortstop who was the American League Rookie of the Year in 1979. Not running. And again, Tejeda just missed getting a strikeout.
Well, then again, he goes with all speed again. He's not really challenging with his good fastball or his good slider. I think he loves that changeup, and he just wants to get these guys out front looking for that 95, 96 mile an hour fastball.
Borges runs, and as Turris lines it into right center field, and this is big trouble. A run will score, and as Turris is into second base, and the Angels are in front again. So Borges apparently was saving it for the double, and he's able to score easily.
Well, Ron, you're running 3-2, but I kind of question the pitch selection here. I mean, an all-speed pitch right here. The batter is definitely slowed down. It's not looking for that, looking to drive the ball out of the ballpark. You give him a changeup out over the plate right here. You're sort of asking for him to put the ball in play. So if you're going to get hurt in this situation, you got to get hurt on your best pitch. And with Borges running on 3-2 and the ball in the alley, no way in the world they're going to get him at the plate.
And now all Tejeda has to do is face Howie Kendrick. And he gets a pop-up on the first pitch. Francoeur brings it down in right field, not deep enough for his Turris to think about going to third. So Kendrick with 2 home runs and a bunt single today jumps on the first pitch from Tejeda and is out number 2. It's been a wild game today, and we figured it would be that way with the wind, which has died down just a little bit, not much. It's still a factor. The Royals had a 5-0 lead at the end of 2. The Angels clawing their way back into it. Took the lead for the first time in the 7th inning. The Royals came back and tied it in the bottom of the 7th. And now the Angels back out in front with Bobby Abreu at the plate. His 2-run home run last inning with the Angels in front 7-6. Here's what the wind was doing earlier today, creating a reverse waterfall, a water rise. Two balls and no strikes to Abreu. Three 3-0. If you're wondering about Abreu and Tejeda, they have hooked up 9 times, and Abreu has 2 hits. 3-1. Torrey Hunter's on deck. Tejeda began his inning striking out Mathis, and then Borges singled right after Tejeda, and the Royals thought that Borges had struck out, but Royals didn't get the call from home plate umpire Doug Eddings, and on the next pitch Borges singled, and his tourist doubled him home. And now Abreu walks to put 2 on for Hunter. Torrey started the day 0 for 3 and then singled his last time up. Against Robinson Tejeda, Hunter is 1 for 4. The hit was a single. The other 3 times Tejeda struck him out. Inside, ball 1. Another close game. 4-2 on opening day. Angels won that one 2-1. Royals on Friday night 5-4. Royals yesterday afternoon, and now 8-7 Angels in the 8th inning today. In the air to shallow right center field. Francoeur and Cabrera coming to the same spot. Melky makes the catch. Inning is over. The Angels regain the lead. Which I want.
Goldberg back here at the ballpark, getting ready for Boulevard Royals Live with Paul Splittorff out at Rivals on the post-game show. We will talk about Alex Gordon's day as he finds his hitting stroke here in Game 4 of the season. We'll also talk with Split about the wind wreaking havoc with the pitching today. How do you handle the elements? We'll hear from Ned Yost, post-game reaction from the players, and much more coming up on Boulevard Royals Live. Ryan?
Okay, thank you, Joel. Frustrated Robinson Tejeda allows a run in the top of the 8th inning to put the Angels back out in front. And now for the 3rd time in the series, Jordan Walden comes on. Royals have Alcides Escobar, Brian Pena, and then the top of the order in Mike Aviles. Hard throwing Jordan Walden, and his first pitch comes in at 96. Escobar has grounded out 3 times, to first, to short, and to third.
Guess he would be one of those leadoff candidates. Maybe possibly if Chris Getz gets his back going, he could be another guy that could use in that leadoff spot to go along with Mike Aviles.
Penny was used there yesterday. We talked about the stolen bases. He had 10 last year for the Brewers, so not an impressive year in that category, but the year before he had 46. Had 2 different stops in the minor leagues. Back to Walden. So it's a 4 ground out day for Escobar, 1 down in the 8th. Jordan Walden, a 12th round pick of the Angels in 06 out of Grayson County College in Texas. Royals have an off day tomorrow, then a 2-game series with the White Sox begins on Tuesday. Luke Hochevar makes his 2nd start, Gavin Floyd his 1st. Royals Live begins at 6:30. It's also a T-shirt Tuesday. Brian Pena is 1 for 3. Walden on opening day pitched a 1/3 of an inning and had a strikeout. He faced 1 batter and struck out pinch hitter Wilson Betemit. On Friday night, he had a scoreless 8th inning with 2 strikeouts. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Brian Pena. Royals hoping to take 3 out of 4. The Angels hoping for a split. The Angels have been so tough on the Royals in the last 5-6 years. Two balls, 2 strikes. And for whatever reason, the Angels are particularly comfortable here at Kauffman Stadium. Even with the 2 losses in this series, the Angels have won 27 of their last 36 here in Kansas City.
I think something has to do with the size of the ballpark and them being a speed team, and they have an opportunity to really stretch out when they come here, where in their ballpark was a little smaller. You don't really get to see the speed of their team until they get into a park this size.
Up the left field line, and that is a foul ball. So the White Sox come here. The Angels will go to Tampa Bay, and they will play a night game on Wednesday in the 2nd game of that series, and then fly from St. Petersburg to Anaheim. They will have an off day to recover from that, and then they'll open up over next weekend against Toronto. Now I'm glad we're home, and we really lucked out with the weather. Okay, so put that on the back burner.
That's a long flight.
However, it's a lot less riskier when the Royals and Angels are playing in April and you're in Southern California, is it not?
Oh, definitely. And then they get to go to Tampa Bay, where it's also.
I mean, why? There were a couple years ago, Minnesota opened at Tampa Bay. This is when the Twins were in the Dome. So you've got the shaky weather, which is, everywhere in the country with the exception of, the South and the West Coast, and you got 2 dome teams playing against one another.
I can't explain it.
Past Kendrick, and it's a 2-hit game for Brian Pena. And now Brian will come out for Gerard Dyson.
A real good at bat by Brian Pena here, Ryan. He really fought off some tough pitches, just missed a ball down the line in left field, but just not trying to do too much, and just met this ball right in the right spot and got a base hit to right field. He battled pretty good that at bat.
So Matt Trainer will be back at the plate when the Angels come up in the top of the 9th inning. And the Angels are well aware of Dyson's speed. And with a power pitcher, again, we say it again, a power pitcher on the mound, and normally they're a little slower to the plate. It's a good running situation for the Royals. Kevin Schenk telling me per our discussion, that in the National League, San Diego opens in St. Louis. Now, what place do you think has more predictable weather, St. Louis or San Diego this time of year?
San Diego's constantly beautiful.
Dyson had taken a move towards second base, and still plenty of time to get back with his speed. Leave it to Ozzie Guillen, who says what's on his mind all the time, and asked about opening the season at Cleveland this year. Not that Chicago is a walk in the park this time of year, but Ozzie, you're opening in Cleveland this year. Your thoughts? It's stupid. Okay.
We've opened there.
Right.
We've opened there before too, and it's awful cold.
There goes Dyson. Pitch is swung on and missed, and the throw. Dyson went by the bag, and he's safe. And we just saw that the other day, where the fielder receiving the throw, trying to swipe tag, takes his eye off the runner rather than staying with the runner, and Dyson is able to get back.
You got to stay with him, roll down the line a little bit, and whether take for granted that he's going to be on the base, but you can't do that. You got to come back. As long as he's going that fast, you just got to come back and just try to ride him out. So just that hesitation after that tag really cost him an out right here.
Now, different from the play the other day, is Turris didn't look up at the umpire to see what the call was, but he just kind of swiped with the glove. I mean, he could have taken his whole body, could have shifted his knees with the runner right, and then he's in a better position to dive after Dyson.
Well, you just got to go down on one knee and just ride him around. But a lot of guys don't like to get down and get dirty. You know, they just stay up. But you got to understand, the guy's running as fast as Dyson, going head first. You just got to stay with him all the way, and sometimes you can ride him right off the base.
0-2 on Aviles. Still no balls, 2 strikes. So the Royals with 3 stolen bases today. 2 against Kazmir in the first inning, and now Dyson here in the 8th.
Guys, I was talking to Gerard Dyson, and he says he loves to get into the other pitcher's head. And he says, I'm not saying I'm going every time, but I'm going 9 out of 10 times.
Well, sometimes the threat of stealing is just as effective as an actual steal. Dividing the pitcher's attention. I mean, the guy that's really going to hurt you is the one who has a bat in his hand, but if a pitcher is 70-75% committed to his pitch rather than 100% because of the distraction, that's a huge advantage for the hitter. Dyson to third, and it is ball 1 to Aviles. So the tying run is at third with 1 out.
And that what just you was talking about, that's what speed does right here. I mean, he gets on the base. He's not coming out there just to survey the scene. He's coming out there to do something, make something happen. And you come in a 1-run ball game, you got to come out there to steal this base, and that's what he did.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Aviles. The Angels have the infield in, so Aviles hoping for a pitch that he can elevate.
Now, this is a situation where Ned Yost got to make a decision too. He can go contact play, which, you know, you're down by a run. You go contact play as a line drive, the inning's over. Or you just say, I'd rather have him at third base with 2 outs and 2 chances to drive him in.
Instead, Aviles strikes out, and he's going to chew on umpire Doug Eddings. We'll take another look.
Wow. The height is fine, but I don't know exactly where the pitch is off the plate. Just got a little bit of the plate. Now, too close to take.
Too close to take in that situation. But that's a pitch that we've said so many times, Frank, that's going to give Aviles trouble with the way he strides.
Right, right. When your rear end goes out and you got to reach, you just only have so much reach left in your swing. And you just hope you can get over there and flick it, but it's got to be more on the plate. But that was a half a ball off the plate. That's pretty difficult for him to get to.
You know, so in some regard, I mean, you can understand why Aviles is arguing, because if everything's shifted towards third, that does look way outside to him.
It looks like it's a foot outside. You're right.
Now 2 strikes on Melky Cabrera. Melky 1 out of 4, hit his first home run back in the 2nd inning. got him with heat, 96 miles an hour. So Dyson is stranded at third base. Ninth inning, Billy Butler is homered today, and part of our Chevy plays of the game with the ball flying at Kauffman Stadium.
Well, it's definitely flying, Ryan, that's for sure. 3 home runs by the Angels and 4 by the Angels and 2 by the Royals.
Here's Jeremy Jeffress making his Royals debut, and Matt Trainer is behind the plate. Gerard Dyson ran for Brian Pena in the bottom of the 8th inning. Vernon Wells, Alberto Callaspo, and Mark Trumbo. And Jeffress, 95 miles an hour, right by Vernon Wells. An ERA over 6 in spring training. It was a spring training of 2 halves for him, a strong first half and then not so strong in the second half. Wow, 3 pitches, down goes Vernon Wells. So started him off with the heat and put him away with a slider.
Well, he does have good heat, and that ball's down in the zone, and it just pops out of his hand. And look at this breaking ball. Wow, that's good depth. It's not 14-6, but it's good depth.
A strike to Alberto Callaspo. 97 that time on the radar gun. Alberto 1 out of 4. Jeffress is making his Royals debut, not his major league debut. Still considered a rookie. He was with the Brewers for 33 days last year and appeared in 10 games. Into right center field, and that's deep. And Alberto Callaspo puts the Angels in front by 2. So Alberto Callaspo, who wasn't even supposed to be in the starting lineup today, but ended up getting in there when Eric Ibar was scratched. He has a double and now a home run.
Well, really a nice short swing here, Ryan. He just 97-mile-an-hour fastball. All he did was stay back, use his hands, and you get it up in that wind, and that's a long home run for Callaspo.
Ball 1 to Mark Trumbo, who has 2 doubles. He has driven in a run. 7 home runs hit today. And in case you're wondering, and I know you are, Billy Butler over near the tarp, can't run it down. 1-1 on Trumbo. What is the record for this ballpark? The number of home runs hit in one game? The answer would be 9. And the last time that happened was 2004. The Royals playing the Seattle Mariners. Seattle hit 6 of them. The Royals hit 3. Producer Kevin Shank doing that exhaustive research. How many times, Kevin? That's happened 5 times. 9 home runs hit in one game here at Kauffman Stadium. 7 today, and 5 of the 7 hit by the Angels.
But if he's playing in Wrigley Field with that wind blowing out, the numbers will probably go up drastically if you're playing in Wrigley Field.
Strange thing about this series, and sorry for saying it again, but with the last 2 home runs hit by the Angels, 13 home runs have been hit in this series between the Royals and the Angels. It's a 4-game series, so a game longer than a normal series, but 12 of the 13 have been solo home runs. So there really hasn't been that back-breaking, other than the walk-off on Friday night, obviously, but not that back-breaking, turn the game around 3-run home run.
Everybody's just been going up there, getting the pitch up and letting it go today. I mean, you know, other than the bunt by Howie Kendrick, seemed like everybody else has just been trying to look for a pitch up and put a good swing on it.
Aviles throws out Trumbo, 2 down in the 9th. In the bottom of the 9th, the Royals will be facing Fernando Rodney. And they'll have Alex Gordon, Billy Butler, and Keila Kaihue, the 3, 4, and 5 hitters, and all have had good days. One and 0 on Jeff Mathis. 0 for 4 today. Struck out his last time. One and 1. It has been a 3-hour game, over 3 hours now. A lot of home runs. It is a warm day for this time of year, and Jeff Mathis has had a long day behind the plate, and now a long day at the plate as he is 0 for 5. Royals down by 2. They have Alex Gordon coming up. He has 3 hits. Billy Butler, who's gone deep, and Keila Kaihue, he has driven in 2. Rodney in the bottom of the 9th inning. Rodney picked up the save on Thursday afternoon here. The Angels won 4-2. It was a shaky 9th inning for him. He gave up a hit, gave up a walk, was able to get a couple of strikeouts, including a strikeout to end the game. And that was against Alex Gordon, who will lead off. Alex has 3 hits today, 2 singles, a double, 3 runs scored, and an RBI. It's been a very productive day for the Royals' middle of the order. Just prior to striking out Alex on Thursday, Alex nearly hit a 3-run game-ending home run against Fernando Rodney into the left field corner.
Now with the middle of the order coming up, this is time you look for certain things to do, and you know that the wind's blowing out. Basically, you first of all make him throw strikes because he can get wild. When you get in a hitting count, look for something slightly up and try to get it up in that wind.
Fernando Rodney is the 6th Angels pitcher today and 5th out of the bullpen. And Alex thinking about laying one down just to get on base and bring the tying run to the plate. So 2 things really stand out today. Well, really 3. The Angels comeback, number 1, after being down 5-0 at the end of 2. Number 2, all the home runs that have been hit. And third would be the work of the Angels bullpen. A bullpen that was unimpressive in the first 3 games, but had to come on in the 2nd inning today after Scott Kazmir was out after an inning and 2/3, and he gave up 5 runs. Three balls and 1 strike. Rich Thompson went 3 1/3, gave up 1 run. Hisanori Takahashi, an inning and 2/3, 1 run. Michael Kahn, a 1/3 of an inning, no runs. Jordan Walden pitched the 8th, no runs. And now Fernando Rodney. Leadoff walk. And just something to add on to the bullpen's work. One of their biggest problems in the first 3 games was a lack of control in all the walks, but that's the first walk surrendered by an Angels reliever today. In fact, that was one of the choices in our Fox Hot Watch today. Would the Royals have 2 or more walks against the Angels bullpen? And a couple of guys who selected that thought that that was going to be a lock. So here's Billy, 1 for 3 with a home run, 2 runs scored. On the outside for strike 1. Billy has 6 career at-bats against Fernando Rodney, 2 hits. One of those hits a double.
That's the one thing about him. He throws hard, but you also have to know that he's not consistently in the strike zone. So it's a tough assignment, but you just got to make sure he throws your strikes, because he will take the count to 3-2 if you're patient enough.
Outside at 96. Now remember, because of the wind today and all the spray from the fountains, our cameras are not in the normal position, so you can see that those are strikes, but because of the angle, it's going to look a lot further outside than it actually is. Line caught at short.
Wow. I don't think Billy could have hit it any harder than that. I tell you what, this series probably felt like he was being drug into the outfield.
And can his Turris jump any higher than that?
Wow, that ball is scorched.
Oh my gosh, look at that. How about that vertical?
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a good way to get yourself hurt a little bit. You got to be careful when you do that, but I can understand the frustration of being able to center a fastball by Rodney in this situation. That ball probably rolled to the wall.
And now Keela, who drove in 2 runs back in the 2nd inning. One and 0. The Angels are not going to hold Alex Gordon. Trumbo's going to play right behind him. Now, Alex's run right now wouldn't seem to mean much because the tying run is at the plate. You don't want to make an out on the bases, but then again, if they're going to give you second base, it takes away the chance for a ground ball and a double play.
The one thing you have to worry about is the line drive. You know, the line drive will take you out of the game, so that's why they give it away. So if you want to run and take a chance on running to a line drive double play and get us out of the game, we can have it.
Keela 0 for 2 in his career against Rodney, and he's ahead in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Changeup, and that hangs high. 3 balls, 1 strike. Alex Gordon with a leadoff walk, and Billy Butler just lined out to his Turris. Two on, 1 out. So the tying run is at first base, and the potential winning run comes to the plate. And now Chris Getz is going to run for Keela. It's also been a good day for Jeff Francoeur, who has 2 hits, and he has driven in 2 runs.
That little scribble to right field, that was a big hit for him right there. They got him an RBI, and here to double to get him another RBI. So it's a great day for him. It's good to see him swinging the bat. So they're going to need this bat in the lineup and need to be very productive throughout this season. So good start for him today.
This whole series has come down to the last 2 innings. Opening day, the Angels won 4-2. Alex Gordon just missed a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 9th. On Friday night, Keela Kaihue with a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 9th. A strike to Jeff Francoeur. And then yesterday, the Royals getting 2 runs with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. Score was tied at 7 at the end of 7 today. The Angels scored 1 in the 8th. That was against Tejeda, and 1 in the 9th against Jeffress. Saved by Mathis, and that is a huge save. That's the difference between this game being tied with a single and the game needing an extra base hit to tie.
You're right, Ryan. I mean, to be able to stop that fastball like that going down and away from him to his inside, the way he slid out and blocked that ball, kept it right there. That's a good job by Jeff Mathis.
2 balls, 1 strike. Francoeur, mostly a National League player. He finished last year with the Rangers. That was his first taste of the American League. And Fernando Rodney has spent his entire career in the American League, so they've only seen one another once. Francoeur is 0 for 1. The only out for Rodney in this inning was a line drive to short by Billy Butler and a fantastic play by Myceris Turris. Inside, almost hit him. So that close to having the bases loaded. Wilson Betemit is on deck. Bases loaded. All on walks. Gordon to third, gets to second. Francoeur to first, and Betemit coming up.
Well, he said it could be wild. You just got to be patient enough to wait and let him give it to you. You know, the fastball has always been a non-control pitch. It's mainly been the changeup that he's had better control with.
Betemit has a grand slam in his career. This is the second time that he has come up with the bases loaded. You take that back. He came up with 2 on, 2 out in the 7th inning and struck out against Walden as a pinch hitter. Line left center field, and coming over in a slide as well as he didn't get it. Here comes Getz around third, and the Royals have tied the game.
Well, that's a beautiful thing coming off the bat of Wilson Betemit. The ball was going back to Wells, and it looked like a ball that he was going to catch, but when he got down there, just rolled over it. Right underneath him right there, and the Royals were able to play 2 runs right there on that double.
So Rodney walks, the bases loaded. 2 come home to score to tie it. And Mike Scioscia is going to make a pitching change. Winning run at third with 1 out. Day came on as a pinch hitter late with 2 on and struck out against Jordan Walden. This time he comes through. He was a starter, but getting a chance to come up big late in the game, and with the bases loaded, 1 out, drops one right in front of a sliding Vernon Wells, and that ties the game.
Well, you're looking at a 5-man infield here too, Ryan. You know, that's going to be interesting with Torrey Hunter right to center the field, so everything's going right to home plate. I'm sorry, Torrey Hunter's in the second base slot.
Kevin Jepson misses down and away. So from left to right, Callaspo is Turris. Kendrick playing in front of second base, and that's Torrey Hunter. The arrow pointing to him coming in from right, and Trumbo at first, and then you have Wells and Borges playing the gaps.
And you always got to be alive for the squeeze.
One ball, one strike on Escobar. Royals took the lead yesterday against Jepson in the bottom of the 8th. 2-out RBIs from Matt Trainer and Chris Getz. Today, taking advantage of the poor control of Fernando Rodney, who's given up 2 runs on 1 hit. He walked 3. Francoeur is the winning run at third base. Two and one. Royals trying to win 3 straight in the series in their final at bat. A walk-off home run on Friday night by that man Keela next to Gerard Dyson. They got 2 in the bottom of the 8th inning yesterday. They've scored 2 so far in the 9th to tie it. Here's the squeeze. Nope, safety squeeze. So Francoeur was not coming down the line. That's going to have to be a pretty well-placed bunt with 5 infielders and 4 of them playing on the edge of the grass. I'm not sure if that was a missed sign or if Escobar was going to bunt for a base hit and hope that Francoeur would read it and come down from third.
Well, you never want to go to 2 strikes without actually trying to bunt the ball. That's why it looked like it was something that Escobar had on his mind, but no one else knew what he was thinking about.
So there's the discussion there. Francoeur just double checking with third base coach Eddie Rodriguez. Did I miss a sign?
Yeah, that's the old saying. If you on a bunt, you never go to 2 strikes on a bunt without actually trying to bunt the ball. Now you just gave that pitch away. That was a pitch right down the middle. He probably could have swung away and did something with the ball.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Matt Trainer is on deck. He has not batted yet today. Brian Pena was the starting catcher last inning. Gerard Dyson ran for him. Foul. Well, Jepson doesn't have to necessarily give in to Escobar here, because if he walks, well, now you've got a force at the plate. There is an open base to work with.
Right, what he wants to do here, Ryan, is he wants to throw something that's going to get a ground ball. I mean, you know, he'd be better off right here to throw an off-speed pitch like a breaking ball and try to get Escobar to roll over and hit a ground ball.
Ball 4. That is 4 walks in the inning by the Angels bullpen. Now there's no place to put Trainer. But if the Angels get a ground ball here, there is less room for error. It is not a tag play. Now it's a force at the plate. Trainer tied the game with 2 outs in the 8th inning yesterday with a base hit against Jepson. Joaquin Soria just in case for the top of the 10th. Royals hoping they don't see him today. All this started with a leadoff walk to Alex Gordon, then a line out to short by Billy Butler. Keila Kaihue walked. Jeff Francoeur walked. Wilson Betamete a 2-run double, and then the walk to Escobar. A little bit inside, ball 1 to Trainer. This was yesterday, and 2 outs in the 8th inning against Kevin Jepson.
We're not trying to do too much right here, just staying right on the ball, line drive to right field, and backs up for base hit and RBI.
And right after that, Chris Getz drove in a run with 2 outs and put the Royals in front. Royals have been up by 5 today. They have been down by 2.
Well, they definitely fought hard today to put themselves in this position. And this game's been back and forth, and sort of a tug-of-war type of day. But you know, a few walks, and you're back in the game. Now you have an opportunity to win the game.
2 balls and no strikes. It's not that Jepson isn't trying to throw a strike, and the same with Fernando Rodney, but now all of a sudden the shadows come into play. Trainer is in the shadows, Jepson is in the sunlight, and that is always advantage pitcher.
Yes, it is.
So the Angels are just throwing that advantage out the window. Got the call in the corner, 2-1. Trying to imagine what that's like. Imagine playing baseball on your driveway where the pitcher is on the driveway and the hitter is inside the garage. I mean, you just kind of lose the ball as it goes from the sunlight into the shadows.
Well, that's true. And really, a pitcher has nowhere to go in this situation. He's got to throw a strike. He can't be too fine. He's got to try to put this ball in play on the ground, preferably.
Got the call. Trainer doesn't like it, and it's 2-2. Well, close enough, according to Fox Tracks at least. So the last 2 pitches in a good location. Good pitches for Jepson, and at the same time, I guess, good takes for Trainer, because those are probably ground balls if he makes contact.
Yeah, definitely ground balls. Now he's got to guard against anything.
And a defensive swing to stay alive. The Angels bullpen was so good today after having to come into the game in the 2nd inning. Jeremy Jeffress gave up a home run in the top of the 9th to give the Angels some insurance. If the Royals score, he'll win his first game. Grounded to third. Callaspo bobbles, and now no play at third base. Mathis realized there was no play at first, but that bobble keeps the inning alive. Mathis wanted his Turris to hustle over to third, or Callaspo to go back to third. He was trying to communicate over there.
Oh, that's true. His Turris just keeps got to continue. Wilson was a little slow getting down to third base right here. So he's got to go right away, and if his Turris gets over there early enough, if he goes on the ground ball and continues to run, they may have a play at third.
Well, there's no reason for him to hesitate. I mean, he has to run there.
Bases loaded, you got to go.
So now they're loaded up for Mike Aviles.
I agree with you, Ryan. That hesitation, that double pumping by Callaspo on that ground ball might have cost him a double play.
Well, remember the Angels, they had a double play they didn't turn in the 8th inning yesterday that cost them. Mike Aviles has a chance to redeem himself right here and redeem himself from his last at bat. Gerard Dyson was at third base with 1 out. Royals had a chance to tie the game in the 8th. They were down by 1, but Aviles struck out, and then Cabrera struck out. Aviles could win the game with a hit. To Callaspo, he goes right to the bag. So the Royals don't win it in the 9th, but they tie it. in the bottom of the ninth, so the Royals go extra innings for the first time this year. Joakim Soria will pitch the 10th. He pitched the 9th on Friday night and picked up a win with Kila Kaihue's home run in the bottom of the ninth, and then he saved yesterday's game in relief of Jeremy Jeffress. I said last inning that Jeffress was that close to his first major league win. It would have been his first American League win. He did have a victory with the Brewers last year. Peter Borges, Myceris Turris, and Howie Kendrick here in the 10th inning. Borges 1 out of 4, singled and scored in the 8th inning. That put the Angels ahead by 1. Callaspo homered in the 9th. That put the Angels up by 2. Aviles dives up the middle and throws out Borges. So that'll make Mike feel a little better after not coming through in the 8th and the 9th. And that takes a huge distraction off the bases for Soria.
That was a very nice play by Mike going to his right. Nice diving play.
Strike one on Myceris Turris. A home run and a double today, and 2 runs driven in. Oh, and 2. Soria pitching like he normally does, very aggressive with his fastball and taking full advantage of the shadows, working both sides of the plate against his Turris.
He's just so automatic. I mean, that's what makes him so scary. I mean, you know he's going to come out with those strikes.
Just outside, 1 and 2. There's the first rainbow of Soria's season, 68 miles an hour.
It's almost like he got a starter as a closer. He's got 4 above average pitches and he uses them on the mound. He doesn't come in and try to blow you away with fastballs. He actually pitches to each hitter.
Two and 2. Question came up to Soria during spring training. Is there anything that he could improve this year? I mean, how do you improve as well as he's pitched? And he said, oh, absolutely. And one of the things he wanted to improve was his curveball. Still 2 and 2. Nice play by the former Gold Glove shortstop Alfredo Griffin. Rookie of the year in 1979 in the American League. Three balls, 2 strikes. Howie Kendrick, who has hit 2 home runs today, is on deck. Well, we thought we might have a wild day with the wind being like it is, and we have 7 home runs, 5 hit by the Angels. Just over Aviles' glove and into right field. So as Turris has his 3rd hit. A long time ago, the Royals had a 5-0 lead, getting 2 in the first, 3 in the second. The Angels fought back and took the lead for the first time in the 7th inning. Royals tied it in the bottom of the 7th. Angels back out in front in the 8th, added a run in the 9th, and the Royals with 2 in the bottom of the 9th to tie it. Other than that, it's been a pretty boring game.
Now, we've seen everything in this game. And it's a typical game for a windy day when the wind's blowing out.
Howie Kendrick grounded out to short, facing Joakim Soria yesterday afternoon. Homer to right field in the 3rd inning against Bruce Chen, and then homer to left against Bruce in the 5th. Kendrick overall is 0 for 3 against Soria. One ball, one strike. Bruce Chen went the first 5 and gave up 5, but he qualified for the win as he left the game with the lead. Sean O'Sullivan gave up 2 runs in 2 innings. Robinson Tejeda gave up a run in 1 inning. Jeremy Jeffress gave up a run in 1 inning. 2 balls, 1 strike on Howie Kendrick. Bobby Abreu waits on deck. He has a 2-run home run today. Myceris Turris does have a stolen base in this series. He had 7 last year, which is not an impressive number, but he spent considerable time on the disabled list.
We just haven't been able to see the Angels' speed on display in this series. The pitching has been very good, and all the games have been just really tight. So nothing really gotten away except for today. Both teams are running away today.
Running this time and out by a mile.
Well, normally, Ryan, when you get thrown out by that much, when you can run, you see him looking in all the way. It looks like a hit and run. They got busted right there. Howie Kendrick didn't put the ball in play, and with his speed, he was out by way too much. So I would say that was probably a hit and run.
And the curveball hangs high at 65 miles an hour. And now a walk to Kendrick. And that brings up Bobby Abreu. Abreu in the 9th inning yesterday flied out against Soria. He grounded out against Soria on Friday night. And now in his career 2 out of 9 against the Royals closer. Strike 1. Abreu working on a perfect day. 3 hits. He's walked twice. He has a 2-run home run. There is nobody warming up in the Angels bullpen, so the Royals will be looking at Kevin Jepson. Mike Scioscia has used 6 relievers today. Joakim Soria is the 4th reliever for the Royals. Big difference. Bruce Chen went 5 starting for the Royals. Scott Kazmir an inning and 2/3 for the Angels. Kendrick will round second, and he'll make it to third base, and Bobby Abreu continues his perfect day. That's the 6th time he's been on base, and now the Angels have the go-ahead run at third base.
Now, the caught stealing really made a big difference here. You see where on the busted hit and run, Myceris Turris was thrown out by a lot, and here Abreu follows it up with a base hit up the middle. And you see the Angels are one of those teams, Ryan, they don't stop at second base either. They go first to third every time they get an opportunity.
Popped up. Escobar wants it. He's got it. So the Angels strand 2. We go to the bottom of the 10th inning. It's Melky Cabrera who is homered today. Alex Gordon who has 3 hits, and Billy Butler who has a home run. 10th inning. And now to the bottom of the 10th against Kevin Jepson. Jepson gave up runs in his first 2 appearances on opening day. And then yesterday, the Royals scored 2 in the 8th inning against him to come from behind and win the game. Today, he came on and walked the first batter that he faced. That loaded the bases with 1 out and put the winning run at third. But he was able to get Matt Trainer and Mike Aviles to ground out. Melky Cabrera, Alex Gordon, and Billy Butler against Jepson in the 10th. Popped up to the left side, and Callaspo goes into foul ground, 1 away. Cabrera's 1 for 6. And that brings up Alex Gordon, who's been on base 4 times today. He has scored 4 times. 3 hits and a walk, leading off the bottom of the 9th inning against Fernando Rodney that began the 2-run rally. Below the knees, ball 1. Passes Turris, and the winning run is at first with 1 out. Big day for Alex Gordon. 4 hits and on base 5 times.
He's done a good job today, Ryan, of just not trying to do too much. Just basically hitting the ball where it's pitched. And this is solid. This is a hard ground ball into the left field. And he's just staying right with the pitch, right on the outside with the pitch, and just driving it that way. Not trying to serve it that way. He's actually driving the ball that way.
And he's used the entire field. He singled to right in the first inning, doubled to right center in the second, singled to center in the 7th, and now a single to left field. Billy last time up hit the stuffing out of the ball and almost hit it through shortstop Myceris Turris, who jumped up as high as he could go and was able to bring it down. And that seemed like a big downer at the time in the inning. The Royals were down by 2. They had a runner at first with nobody out. But then 2 more walks and a double, and the Royals tied it. A strike over the outside. Billy hit his first home run of the year back in the 4th inning. Hit it off of Rich Thompson to straightaway center field up into the water. And a slow roller to Jepson. He'll go down to second base, and they get the force on Gordon. So 2 down, and now Chris Getz, who entered the game as a pinch runner for Kila Kaihue in the 9th inning. Kila, of course, won the game with a home run against Jepson on Friday night. Let me take that back. That was against Michael Kahn on Friday night. At the moment, the sun is behind some thin clouds, so that temporarily takes away the advantage of the pitcher being in the sunlight and the hitter in the shade.
Well, this game here, Ryan, it's got the makings of someone just coming up and getting a big hit and turning and just saying, let's go home. You know, both teams have gone back and forth, and now you have opportunities and still don't get the runs in. Now, that's always sets the stage for somebody hitting an extra base hit, run scores, game over. One and one.
It was Getz coming up with the game-winning RBI yesterday. That was against Jepson. Coming with 2 outs in the 8th inning right after Matt Trainer tied the game. Chris Getz with a single to center field. And the Royals took game 2, 5-4. They scored 2 in the bottom of the 9th inning today to send it into extra innings. Up the left field line and foul. $14,085 at Kauffman Stadium today. Most hoping to see the Royals take 3 out of 4 from the Angels and win 3 in a row after falling to the Angels 4-2 on opening day. 3 very close games. And that gets through Mathis, and Butler moves up to second base.
That's one that I'm sure Jeff Mathis would say, I should have caught or blocked this ball. This ball should have never got through his legs later on. Just a breaking ball. It just hit the plate and just scooted right through his legs. Just got down a little bit late on it.
He scored a wild pitch. I was just thinking to myself, Mitch Meyer could run here. And remember, we saw Alex Gordon playing first base at the end of spring training. And a position that he's played a little bit in the big leagues, but it has been a long time. And this is the reason that if you were to pinch run for Keela or Billy late, well, then Alex could move in from the outfield and play first, and Mitch Meyer can take his place in left field. So Meyer at second, and 2-2 on Getz. On the ground to Kendrick. So we will go to the 11th. Royals 9, Angels 9. And Alex Gordon going from left to first. And Tim Collins will pitch the top of the 11th inning. It's a tough spot if you're Royals manager Ned Yost, because your best hitter is also one of your slowest runners. So if Chris Getz were to get a base hit there and Billy Butler's still in the game and he's not able to score, you kick yourself for not putting some speed in there. So you put some speed in there, and Getz isn't able to come through, and now you lose Billy Butler's bat for the rest of the game.
And that's the downside right there. If he comes up again and he's out of the game, that's when it kind of shows up. But at the time, it does make sense. You do have to try to win the game right there, and in extra innings you just have no chance, no choice.
You you just never know if you're going to get another opportunity, too. I mean,
Right.
you can't say to yourself, well, I don't want to take Billy out here because I want his bat. Well, you might not get another chance to win the game.
That might be it.
One ball, two strikes on Vernon Wells. Tim Collins making his first appearance since his major league debut on Thursday afternoon, which was a scoreless inning. And in that scoreless ninth inning, he retired Vernon Wells on a fly ball to left field. This time he gets him with a curveball.
Oh, when you haven't seen a guy before, Ryan, this is always, what does he throw? How does it break? And here's that curveball right there. He did have a good pitch hit on the fastball. He missed and put himself in position to get that curveball down in the zone like that.
Alberto Callaspo moves over to the right side. A two-hit game for him. A home run in the ninth inning, which added on a run for the Angels. They led by 2, only to watch the Royals get 2 in the bottom of the ninth. Collins has a good feel for his curveball today. No balls, 2 strikes. That curveball stayed up, and that's something that you can't get away with most of the time in the big leagues that maybe you can in the minor leagues. Is you keep throwing that pitch, even if it's a good pitch, to a major league hitter. His timing is going to adjust to it.
Especially for a guy that has a nice short swing like Alberto. That first curveball went down under the zone, and that one stayed above the knees, and it just made it easier for him to hit the ball back through the middle. Because he's not trying to do too much with it. Just serve it right back through the middle, which is what he did.
Fouled away by Mark Trumbo, 93 miles an hour on the fastball from Collins. 2 doubles and an RBI for Trumbo today. He is 2 for 5. Trumbo did not get a look at Tim Collins on Thursday. Got it in on the hands, and Alex into foul ground. There are 2 outs.
Sneaky fast. He just got that arm comes right over that shoulder. You don't see it right away, and the same on the curveball. Before you know it, his ball's by you, and he gets in there. They're kitchen deep on that fastball right there. And got that little weak pop up.
Jeff Mathis is 0 for 5. 94 with that fastball. We were telling you on Thursday that you've heard about Collins' height, but he has not always been a hard thrower. He threw in the mid to lower 80s when the Blue Jays took a chance on him and signed him as a free agent. So it wasn't a case of a small pitcher with a big arm. It was a small pitcher who did not have a strong arm. So he wasn't blessed with size like a lot of major league pitchers, not blessed with an overpowering fastball, but blessed with determination and hard work in the Blue Jays minor league system. And he added about 8 miles an hour to his fastball, if not more.
Well, that was an outstanding changeup also. I mean, he's got a good repertoire of just fastball, curveball, change, and they're all plus pitches.
At a play. And one thing that he has to fight because of his deception and because of his good fastball is relying too much on his fastball, and especially at this level, that he's going to have to continue to work in his curveball and his change. In the minor leagues, he could do that most of the time.
Right.
Throw 93, 94. I'm sure it seems faster to the hitter than 93, 94.
Well, when you throw that changeup and that curveball behind that, it's gonna it will appear harder, that's for sure.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Jeff Mathis has caught all 10 innings, and he's watched his pitchers give up 9 runs, 13 hits, 5 runs in the first 2 innings. And here we are in the 11th inning, tied at 9. Changeup. Collins strikes out 2 and has a scoreless 11th inning. The Angels fighting to get back into it, taking the lead on a couple of occasions, and had a 2-run lead in the 9th inning, only to watch the Royals tie it, and it's 9-9 to the bottom of the 11th inning. Jason Bolger is the 8th Angels pitcher today. Scott Kazmir was out in the 2nd inning. The Royals scored 5 against him. And Rich Thompson, Hisanori Takahashi, Michael Kahn, Jordan Walden, Fernando Rodney, Kevin Jepson, and now Bolger. Jeff Francoeur, Wilson Betemit, who tied the game in the 9th inning, and Alcides Escobar coming up. Breaking ball in for strike 1. Francoeur today, 2 hits, 2 runs driven in. He has a stolen base and a walk. We've seen 18 runs and 31 hits today. Francoeur down, no balls, 2 strikes.
It's a typical day with the wind blowing out. Now Wrigley Field, when the wind starts blowing out there, you get some days like this where the score is kind of elevated. But a park this big, you don't usually see this many runs scored, even with the wind blowing out.
7 home runs today. 6 of the 7 have been solo home runs. Hit hard left side. Callaspo dives in the hole and throws out Francoeur.
Yeah, one thing for sure, Ryan, the players haven't quit playing. It's just an outstanding play by Alberto going to his left and making this play right here. Usually this time of day, guys start to drag a little bit, but the guys are still playing hard.
Well, that's what a 4-game series is going to give you. I mean, if you lose a 3-game series, well, it's the difference between 500 and 1 game below 500. But a 4-game series is the difference between 500 and 2 games above. The Royals are hoping to begin the season at 3-1, and the Angels are trying to avoid beginning the season at 1-3. Both teams have an off day tomorrow. The Angels will fly to St. Petersburg to play the Rays on Tuesday. The Royals will host the White Sox beginning on Tuesday night. 2 balls and no strikes on Wilson Betemit, who had a 2-run double in the 9th inning. That was against Fernando Rodney. Rodney walked the bases loaded with 1 out. And Betemit's double scored Gordon, and pinch runner Chris Getz. 3 balls, no strikes. Let him swing here?
I would.
Inside for ball 4. Cayaspo making a nice play to help Jason Bolger on the ground ball from Francoeur. Bolger was drafted by Arizona in the first round in 2001, and the Angels got him from Arizona in exchange for Alberto Cayaspo. Cayaspo then to the Royals and then traded back to the Angels last year.
Now this is where the hit and run sort of pops up here. You got Wilson Betemit, who doesn't steal bases, and you got Escobar, who can put the ball in play on a hit and run, and that might give you an opportunity to go first and third right here.
Inside, ball 1. Two balls, no strikes. This is Bolger's season debut. Last year he pitched in 25 games for the Angels, all out of the bullpen. He also spent some time on the disabled list with problems with his right shoulder. So as he was coming back from that, he pitched in 11 games in the minor leagues. Breaking balls, and that's the first strike. 2-1. You have 3 guys coming up who had a chance to win the game in the bottom of the 9th. Royals had runners at second and third, 1 out in a tie game. Escobar ended up walking, and then Matt Traynor and Mike Aviles grounded out. So the Angels gave up 2, but they were able to hang on to the game.
Sort of games too, Ryan. Yep, the umpires don't have a flight out. They may have to spend the night now.
That's all right. Extra night in KC. Go get a little barbecue. No, Bolger does not want to throw a fastball to Alcides Escobar.
3-1 running count right here.
In the last 3 innings, Angels relievers have walked 5. Betemit does run. Escobar takes a strike, and luckily for the Royals, that throw comes in on 1 hop. So Mathis is boiling mad at himself as there was an opportunity to get an out down at second base.
Well, Escobar really seems to be confused on as to what he wants to do at the plate right here. 3-1, fastball down the middle of the plate. Wilson Betemit running. You got to try to put this ball in play. You can't take this ball right down the middle of the plate.
Now, even though it's not a hit and run, Frank, I mean, the batter is aware that that play's on, right? I mean,
right.
That is not, most likely, we don't know for sure, but that's not a, you know, Wilson, if you get a jump go, that is the mandatory you must run.
You must run, right? So when you can get your bat on the ball, that's a plus for you, the hitter, because you can get your cheap base hit a lot of times.
In the dirt, Betemit going to third, and he runs into an out. So the Royals get a break on a poor throw, and boy, this ball getting away from Mathis, but all it did was just lead him to third base, and he didn't have to set his feet to throw down there.
No, anytime you got to go right away on this ball in the dirt. They worked on it in spring training, but you're in scoring position with 1 out, so there's no need to really be over aggressive, especially if you don't have that kind of speed. You can see right there, he just had a late break on it, because anytime the ball goes up toward the third baseline, you can't see how deep it is.
So Matt Trainer with a runner at first and 2 outs, and the Royals had a chance to have first and second and 1 out. Well, Escobar made a move to second base. The Angels thought he would run. They went with a pitch out. And the thinking here is to try and get that winning run back into scoring position. Matt Trainer does not hit for a lot of power. He did have 5 home runs for the Rangers last year, but only 12 extra base hits and 237 at bats. And they pitch out again. So benefit for the Royals, 2 balls and no strikes on Trainer.
And they really don't have to have a lot of power today. You just got to be able to get the ball up in that wind.
Three balls, no strikes. Bolger's already walked 2, and now he's on the edge of a 3rd walk in this inning. That is another walk given up by the Angels bullpen. Second time in the last 3 innings that an Angels reliever has walked 3 in an inning. This is what the Angels have on their bench. They have nothing left in the bullpen. They could use a starting pitcher. Jared Weaver, who started the game on Thursday, went out there. But you would think if the Angels were entertaining him coming into the game, he'd be doing something right now, at least playing catch, because starters are used to having about 15 or 20 minutes before they come into the game.
Right, and this might be his side day, where he, this is the 3rd day, he might throw on the side, so they just put him down there just in case.
The Royals, on the flip side, they do have some options in the bullpen, but they have nothing left on the bench. They do have the winning run at second base. One ball, one strike on Mike Aviles. Aviles in the 8th inning with a runner at 3rd and 1 out had a chance to tie the game. He struck out. In the 9th inning with the bases loaded and 2 outs, he had a chance to win the game, but he grounded out to 3rd, and he has a chance to win it again here with a base hit. Two balls and 1 strike.
He gets another opportunity to try to redeem himself here, Ryan. He's had a couple opportunities to win the game. Here he got another one.
Line just foul. Escobar could have walked home from second base.
So Bolger, he doesn't seem like he wants to throw many fastballs, so you can kind of look off speed and try to get your pitch. Just try to serve it out as a base hit. All the outfielders have moved in. They want to make sure they got to play at the plate. So anything with a little height to it is probably going to go over their heads.
Started to go, and he went. And if Aviles wasn't already frustrated with Doug Eddings for calling him out in strikes in the 8th inning, he certainly is now. He was convinced he didn't go around. 3 with a couple of strikeouts, and he was really chewing on home plate umpire Doug Eddings after Eddings said he went around for the final strike in the 11th inning, and Eddie Rodriguez running down from third, and Ed Yost coming out of the Royals dugout making sure that Mike didn't get ejected. The Royals have nobody on the bench. If Aviles was ejected, the Royals would have to use a relief pitcher or a starting pitcher to come in and play defense.
This is where the guys in the game have to realize that, and this is where a lot of self-control comes in, and you just got to make sure that you don't do anything that cause the umpires to kick you out of the ball game, because anytime you got to bring a pitcher into the game, that's not a good thing.
2 strikes from Tim Collins to Peter Borges. Collins had a scoreless 2 strikeout 11th inning. And now down on strikes. So another strikeout for Collins, his third and his second 3-pitch strikeout.
That's a good changeup. I mean, just an outstanding changeup. Just go straight down. And Borges is way out in front of it, reaching for it. Good deception on his pitches.
Here's a strike to his Turris. There is the option, of course, of removing Chris Getz out of the DH spot and putting him at second base, but either way you're getting a pitcher involved, and the pitcher is
eventually
hitting for himself.
Eventually he's going to show up. That's
bottom line is, if he's ejected, it's not good.
It's not a good thing.
You got somebody doing something that they're not prepared to do.
Right.
Two and two on his Turris, who has one of the 5 home runs hit by the Angels today. That was way back in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, Ryan, those are things that managers don't want to think about. And that's why you saw Eddie running down from third and Ned flying out from the bench. It wasn't a time to argue. It's a time to keep your guy in the game.
Aviles pulls it in, throws out his Turris, and there are 2 down in the 12th.
You know, the umpires, they're aware of it too. I mean, they know how many men you have left, and they got their scorecard, and they know the moves you've made. So they be a little bit more lenient, unless you have to do something awful bad for them to get rid of you at this point in the game, because they don't want to see a pitcher come in the game either.
Howie Kendrick has a 2 home run game. He has 3 hits overall, and he's reached with a walk. 1 ball, 1 strike from Collins. Took something off the curveball. 1 and 2.
That's some good depth right there. I mean, you're swinging over that pitch every time.
And got him looking at a fastball. Man, really set him up. So we go to the bottom of the 12th, tied at 9. 11th and the 12th, and 4 strikeouts. So we're stuck at 9 apiece. And to the bottom of the 12th inning, Jason Bolger stays in there for the Angels. He is the last remaining reliever. And then here you go. There's Jared Weaver. We were talking about that earlier. He might be someone who would be available. And if he was, it would take him a while to get mentally and physically prepared for this, being a starting pitcher. Royals hope they can end the game right here. Melky Cabrera, Alex Gordon, and Mitch Meyer. Melky put an end to an 0 for 9 with a home run in the second inning, and now he's hitless in his last 4 trips. Two balls and no strikes. Angels had a 2-run lead going into the bottom of the 9th inning. Fernando Rodney walked 3, and then Wilson Betemit doubled in 2. And now the Angels bullpen, since the 9th, they've walked 7. Iaspo runs to the line, and it is foul. And the Royals still kicking themselves, I'm sure, after the 11th inning when Bolger walked 3. So 3 walks in 1 inning, but no runs. And the big play in that inning was Wilson Betemit trying to advance to third on a ball that rolled away from Jeff Mathis. But a left-hand batter was at the plate. The ball rolled up the third base line, making it a nice short throw for Mathis. He had no batter to throw around. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Melky Cabrera.
I think it just came down to just some clutch baseball at the right time, and the Royals had an opportunity, and Escobar was somewhat confused as to whether he was bunting or swinging, and Trainer ground ball to third. We could get a fly ball there. The game's over. So the opportunities have presented themselves, in the last 7 walks, but the Royals haven't gotten the big base hit. He had Wilson Betemit with a bad read off second base. So all those things contribute to why you're still playing the game.
Borges makes the play in center field. And now Alex Gordon, who's had a great game. 4 hits, on base 5 times. He has driven in 1 run, and he has scored 4 times. This will be the first time that Alex has faced Jason Bolger, who is the 8th Angels pitcher. Ball 1 low. Chop to the right side. Bolger runs to the bag, and Trumbo gets it to him. 2 down. And now Mitch Meyer. Mitch is in there after running for Billy Butler in the 10th inning. With the runner at first and 1 out, Billy reached on a fielder's choice, and then he went to second on a wild pitch. So that put the winning run at second with 2 outs. Chris gets at the plate, and Ned Yost, going with better speed, put Meyer in at second and then gets grounded out. As Frank and I talked about a couple of innings ago, that's the difficult decision for a manager. You want to have some speed in there. Runners in scoring position, 2 outs, chance to win the game. Then, of course, along the way, you've got to lose your best bat. So Mitch Meyer here wants to prove to his manager that was a good move to bring him into the game.
Yeah, normally you don't see that bat come back around, but the Royals, when you look at the game, it probably shouldn't have never came back around. But I think that's just part of the gamble of trying to decide when to pinch run a guy or pinch hit a guy.
He swung. One ball, 2 strikes. That guy had a full head of hair when this game started. Down to his shoulders. 2 balls, 2 strikes. $18 runs and 31 combined hits today. For the most part, low-scoring games in the first 3. Not today, and we expected that with the conditions. And now Myers strikes out, and the Royals are scoreless in the 12th, so we will play at least 13. Don't expect to see this to happen very often this year, but Ned Yost gives him another lap around the track considering the conditions. Tie game at 9 into the 13th inning, and of course the way he's pitching allows him to do that. 2 scoreless innings with 4 strikeouts. And he drops a curve in for a strike to Bobby Abreu, who has a perfect day. He's been to the plate 6 times, reached all 6. 4 hits, 2 walks. He has a 2-run home run. Abreu, Hunter, and Wells coming up. This game started at 1:10, so we're looking at a 4.5-hour game right now. 1-2. And when you play games like this, it's always interesting to look at the record book and wonder what is the longest game at Kauffman Stadium, and we have a ways to go for that one. Not that we want to go there. Line to right field, and that'll drop in front of Frank Coor. Frank will remember this game, or maybe not. This might have been post Frank. June 6, 1991. What was your last year? Was 90, right? June 6, 1991. The Royals and the Rangers played 18 innings. They played for 6 hours and 28 minutes. And producer Kevin Shank reminding us that not only was he at that game, but that was supposed to be a great pitching matchup, which it was. It was Nolan Ryan and Brett Saberhagen. And those guys were long gone when that game was decided. I don't know if Split is exaggerating or not, but he's told me the story a couple times that, you know, being a pitcher, obviously, he wanted to come out and watch those 2 guys, and he stayed for 7 or 8 innings. He went home, did a little yard work, took a nap, and when he got it from the nap, he wanted to know what happened to the game. They were still playing.
Yeah, extra inning games are no fun unless you win, that's for sure.
Mike Boddicker ended up being the winning pitcher for the Royals in that game. And the loser was a young Kenny Rogers.
Ryan, your thoughts?
Well, there's the That is the Rally Monkey, right? Which is the Angels' unofficial mascot.
He had a white cowboy hat on the other day that had Tarzan Baseball written on the outside of it.
Tarzan Baseball on the hat?
Same shirt.
Can't beat fun at the old ballpark. Bettemy down to second one, and Aviles for 2. So a rare quiet day for Torrey Hunter here at Kauffman Stadium. He is 1 out of 7.
A good job on both ends right here. Wilson gives Aviles a nice throw to second base. He made a nice turn and got rid of the ball, and Alex did a good job selling it at first base.
That's the Royals' second double play, but their first in 10 innings. Sorry, I got all choked up just thinking about that. So 2 down and 1 strike on Vernon Wells. No balls, 2 strikes. Wells is 1 for 5 today, a couple of strikeouts, and he has walked. One ball, 2 strikes. Kevin Schenk, who was here, remembers that the first 7 innings of that game, the Royals and the Rangers, was played in about an hour and 30 minutes. And in the 7th inning, they started cutting off beer sales. There were still 11 innings to play. We go to the bottom of the 13th. The only way she was going to stay here today is if she could take a nap. And who knows, she might be sleeping for about 4 innings now. Bottom of the 13th, the Royals tied the game at 9 in the bottom of the 9th. Jason Bolger works his 3rd inning out of the bullpen. He'll get Chris Getz, who is the Royals DH. He ran for Keela back in the 9th inning. Then Jeff Francoeur and Wilson Bettemy. 1 ball, 1 strike. As a runner for Keela in the 9th, Getz came around to score on Bettemy's 2-run double, and Getz was the tying run. He grounded out to second base in the 10th. Off of Trumbo's glove, but he stays with it. Safe. Bobbled by Bolger.
Maybe that's the break the Royals needed right there, Rhino. Actually, he never did get it in his glove. It just kind of hit on the heel of his glove and rolled up his arm a little bit. Never did come back down.
And it is an error on Bolger. And looking at the replay, I mean, that was not a difficult toss to handle at all.
Yeah, just a bad glove angle on that pitch from Trombo.
Might be a surprise, maybe not, but in a game like this, and now in the bottom of the 13th inning with 18 runs, that's the first error of the game. Jeff Francoeur has driven in 2 runs. He lost a base hit leading off the bottom of the 11th on a diving play at third by Alberto Callaspo. And going for it all comes up empty. We had all kinds of scoring in the first 9 innings. In fact, it seemed very few half innings where nobody scored. And now we've gone 3.5 innings without a single run. Royals had a 5-0 lead at the end of 2. The Angels tied the game and took the lead on 1 swing in the 7th inning on a home run from Bobby Abreu. Royals tied it in the bottom of the 7th. Angels got a run in the 8th to regain the lead, added a run in the 9th, and then the Royals tied it in the bottom of the 9th. Royals trying to take 3 out of 4. Angels hoping for a split. Getz is running, throw in on a hop, and Getz swipes second base. Royals have 6 stolen bases today.
And he stole that base really easy. That wasn't very difficult at all. He got a great jump, kept his head down, and got in there well ahead of the throw. The thing about that play, you get those fingers up off the ground and don't have to worry about popping them into the base. You got to keep those fingers up when you go head first. And you also got to hope the fielder doesn't come down and step on him.
Remember in September last year, Getz was hit on the back of the helmet on a throw to second while he was stealing second base. And that was a concussion that knocked him out for the rest of the year. Grounded left side. Callaspo will look. Getz back. Getz is going to first. The throw is in the dirt, and Getz is in there. So a gamble, a good read. And what really helped out the Royals was Callaspo's throw going in the dirt.
That's true. That's the play they worked on in spring training. They come off the bag, watch the third base, and once he releases the ball, then hit for third base. Very aggressive play by Chris Getz.
So here we go again with the winning run at third base and less than 2 outs. And once again, Torrey Hunter will jog in from right field, and Mike Scioscia will go with the 5-man infield. That paid off for the Angels in the 9th inning, not because they had Torrey Hunter in from right, but with the Royals having the winning run at third base and only 1 out, the Angels were able to get a couple of ground balls. First a play at the plate, and a throw to first base, and that sent us into extra innings.
Well, since Torrey's an outfielder and he's on the infield, I think if you hit a ground ball, that might be the way you want to go, but he's not used to fielding ground balls and going to the plate.
They're going to walk Wilson Betemit. I was just thinking to myself, Frank, that Mike Scioscia would have the option of moving Myceris Turris over to second base, because chances are, with Bolger on the mound, who's not a hard thrower, and Betemit batting left-handed, odds are he's going to pull the ball.
Right.
So you want Torrey Hunter in there, but you want him to be the last guy to have the ball hit to him. But now we know why Torrey Hunter will stay there, because they're going to walk Betemit. And Alcides Escobar, a right-hand batter, will be coming up. In fact, they have the option of walking Escobar as well, setting up a force at every base. For now, we know that Betemit will go to first, and now we'll see what they do with Escobar.
Well, with the walks they put on the board today, he may be a little nervous to load the bases and put it on the pitcher. I think with Escobar, you just got to be just really aware of the squeeze. And then he has to be pretty confident of what he wants to do in this at bat.
There's a lot of things the Angels have to go over here. Now they're going to pitch to Escobar, and right now, as we look at the 5 infielders, Jeff Mathis is out in front of home plate going through signs in case the Royals try a double steal here. So he wants the defense to know where he will throw the ball. And as you said, Frank, you have to be alive for a squeeze.
Yeah, chances are if he takes off, they won't throw it all.
1 ball, no strikes.
And Ned would be a little nervous to do it in this case anyway, Ryan, just simply because of the line drive itself. You don't want to run yourself out of an inning with the winning run at third base.
Escobar has walked in his last 2 plate appearances. Breaking ball is in for a strike. He had a chance to win the game in the 9th with runners at second and third and 1 out. And at one point he tried to bunt his way on. It wasn't a squeeze. He ended up taking a walk to load the bases for Trainer and Aviles, both of whom grounded out. Fake to third, fake to first, and of course at least someone yells balk every time.
Every time.
And why not? The Angels have committed 2 balks today.
I think they yell it mainly because the pitcher doesn't throw the ball. If he throws the ball to first, I don't think they'd yell ball.
Tied at 9 in the bottom of the 13th. Back to the pitcher. He'll go to the plate. They'll take the sure out. Getz trying to hang in there long enough, and he's able to get around the tag. So first and second, 2 away.
You look at Chris. I mean, Chris going. He's just going on contact. So the ball said he's going right here, Ryan. And Mathis does a smart thing. He just runs him all the way back to the base, so that Wilson can't come down from second base.
And now Matt Trainer with another chance to win the game. And a breaking ball is in for a strike. What both teams would give today to execute with a runner at third and less than 2 outs.
The entire series has been like that.
Almost hit by the pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. And Trainer, a veteran player, wasn't doing absolutely everything he could to get out of the way. He knows that in this case, getting plunked would be a good thing. And again, turning into the pitch. 2 balls and 1 strike. Matt joined us back in the top of the 3rd inning. Brian Pena was the starting catcher, and the Royals ran for him in the 8th. So Trainer's been in there since the top of the 9th. Matt joined us by headset, and the Royals dug out in the 3rd. Inside again, 3 balls, 1 strike. If he gets on, Mike Aviles will have perhaps another chance to either tie or win the game. It would be his 4th consecutive at-bat doing so, or attempting to do so. Drilled to left field and deep. Matt Trainer goes deep. It has taken him 17 years, and it's taken him through Florida, Detroit, and Texas. But Matt Trainer has come full circle, and he has finally hit a home run as a member of the Royals.
Yeah, we talked earlier, Ryan, about you don't have to have power up in the air. You just got to get the ball up in the air, and that's what he did. Hit it solid. Ball traveled after he made solid contact.
And Matt Trainer is standing by with Joel Goldberg.
All right, Ryan, thank you very much. Well, that's 2 times in 2 days that Matt Trainer's going to visit with us. And oh, by the way, like 3 or 4 hours ago, he was on our broadcast. Didn't start this game. Now here with a walk-off home run. How about that?
Very exciting. I want to say thanks to everybody that sticks around. Watch us play. It was excellent.
You know, we mentioned yesterday it's been a whirlwind for you, but Ryan Lefevre just talked up in the booth that it's been 17 years. You've come full circle here, originally drafted by the Royals, and now here you are finally playing for the Royals.
I love it. I don't know what to say right now. I'm so excited. It's unbelievable.
In this game, you never know what's going to happen, but I saw that coming. That courtesy of Alex Gordon. Welcome to the Kansas City Royals. Yes, he says he'll remember that. He is a veteran. Just talk about that at bat there, too. You had a chance to get in, get some at bats, get in the game. It's been a long day. What's the thought process?
I'm looking for one pitch. He did a nice job out there sticking in the game, keeping the Angels in close there. Just looking for something up in the zone, and he left it up, and I got it.
All right, I'm going to let you go and clean up. Congratulations on a very exciting week.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, that is Matt Trainer. He's your new catcher here. We're going to welcome in another new player and immediately a fan favorite, I think. Tim Collins getting his first Major League victory. And you do it with 3 innings against a very good lineup. First off, how about being here? This is a game I know you'll remember forever, but to be able to win it the way you did.
Absolutely. I mean, I got no words for how the feeling. It's unbelievable. The fans are incredible. I mean, you know, having you guys behind us the whole time is unbelievable.
You know, we've talked, I remember at spring training, I said the first question everybody asks you is what, and you said, how tall am I? I mean, you're a guy that wanted to go to junior college, play a little baseball. What's it like to now be here on the big stage?
Oh, it's exciting. You know, I never thought I'd be here, but it's incredible, you know, to get a win and everything, so it's awesome.
One of the fans just yelled, "You're here, baby." How about the backing that you get from them? Like I mentioned, 5 foot, whatever it is, 6, 7, whatever it is, but you're out there, you're doing what you do. I mean, how comfortable do you feel being on the big league stage?
You know, I wasn't as nervous as I thought I was going to be, but, you know, like you said, it's awesome to have fans like this behind you the whole time, and, you know, even sticking around for 13 innings, it's, you know, they're incredible.
All right, first win in the big leagues, many more to come. Welcome to Kansas City in the big leagues. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
All right, that is Tim Collins. Ryan, I think we knew he was going to be a fan favorite pretty quickly. I think he's got some company, he and Matt Trainer. Guys?
All right, thank you, Joel. Well, you go from one guy who's been around for a long time, a professional since 1994, 35 years old, but jumping around like a little kid. Royals win it 12-9.